Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2022 National Interclub Sevens Finals. We join you from the Browns Bay Bowling Club Round 2. My name is Alex Reid and joined with me in commentary I have Brett O'Reilly. How are you feeling about the day, Brett?
Kia ora, Alex. Great to see a bit of fine weather. Auckland's been battered with some pretty ugly rain and windy conditions, but actually it's fine up to be a pretty good day. And as usual, the greens here at Browns Bay are in pretty good condition.
Yeah, I have a source has told me they run at about 16 seconds, which should call for some nice bowls, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good speed for competition at this level. They played very well during the Intercentre that was recently held at Browns Bay. So yeah, great to be back at this outstanding 3-green venue, or 4 greens if you count their artificial green. And we've already seen some pretty interesting results from the first round this morning.
Absolutely, as we check out the results from round 1 before we kick in to this game that we're going to cover. And there's the men's leadership board. Brett, any surprises there, do you think?
I think Birkenhead, obviously the local Bowls North Harbour club who came through the regional elimination series, fronting up against your own Point Chev Chevalier club from the Auckland Centre and from representatives from Far North and Northland. A little bit surprised to see them only win one game, but of course they were up against the powerhouse Elmwood Park combination. The Birkenhead singles player Tony Grantham avenged his defeat in the national singles final last season to Kelvin Scott. This time Tony prevailed 21-17, but in the pairs and the fours it was pretty convincing wins to Elmwood Park with Gary Lawson beating Damon Pearson, and with Lance Pascoe beating Nigel Drew. And so, probably underscores just how strong Elmwood Park are, but a good performance by Manurewa Cosmopolitan, with them also recording 2 wins, and no surprise to see Paratutu up
absolutely
on that leaderboard early on. Very solid side. Players like Darren Gooden, the emerging top young players like Hamish Kape, Daryl Reid, and Aidan Zitterstein, balanced with a fair bit of experience in that team as well.
Yeah, as we move on to the women's leaderboard after round 1, and we see there, probably for me, Brett, Elmwood Park's the big surprise after round 1. They're only winning 1 game.
Yeah, we're about to see a singles game between Queenstown. Their singles player, Christine Buchanan, will be playing Rosanna Muriwai from Martinborough. But Christine Buchanan caused the big upset this morning, beating Mandy Boyd, multiple national champion and obviously a former New Zealand representative. So that was a great win for Christine. But of course, Queenstown know these greens pretty well. Only a matter of a few weeks ago, many of these Queenstown players were part of that Central Otago women's team that won the National Women's Intercentre, and so that they'll be pretty comfortable on the surface. They played very well at Browns Bay in that competition and surprised everyone in coming through. So perhaps no surprises there. Good to see the home centre. A women's representative, Takapuna, my own club, they had 3 wins, and so they're on top of the leaderboard with Nainai. Interestingly, Nainai and Takapuna played off in the semi-final of this event last time it was played, which was at Burnside in Christchurch. On that occasion, Takapuna were successful, but were beaten in the final by Nelson. Nelson didn't get through this time. Elmwood Park won their regional elimination. So we are going to have a new winner from this year, compared to the last time this was played. And Nainai will be very competitive. Lisa White, of course, their singles player, has been in fine form. Narrowly missed bringing Wellington home in that national intercentre competition again on these greens. So I think we're going to be up for some fantastic matchups this afternoon, Alex.
Absolutely, a good start, and I'm looking forward to covering the singles game that we move to now between Rosanna Muriwai and Christine Buchanan. They both have pink bowls, but you'll note, and that what a shot to switch to. A good bowl there. One of them has stickers on. Christine Buchanan's got stickers on her bowls, Brett.
Yes, and she's been in fine form, to beat Mandy Boyd this morning. But Christine is a really consistent player at national level. She's been part of a very successful team. She's a runner-up in the New Zealand Fours, actually, to Mandy Boyd. A few seasons ago at Nine Eyes. She plays regularly in Australia, does Christine, and so she's highly experienced and also very capable. Rosanna Muriwai started her bowls in Wellington, and actually was a regular participant in the Professional Bowling Association indoor events with her husband Gary Muriwai, and in fact, if my memory serves me correct, represented the PBA in the World Indoor Women's Singles at Potters sometime back in the mid-2000s. They then moved offshore for a while. Gary was running the International Association of Chartered Accountants, based in the United Emirates. But they've been back in New Zealand a little while now. Great bowl there from
What a
Christine.
shot there from Christine Buchanan.
And so they were based in the United Arab Emirates, but they've been back in New Zealand for a little while now, and they have really helped revolutionise the Martinborough club, who Rosanna's playing for here. Gary having been part of that that Martinborough team that were narrowly beaten in the National Champion Fours by Darren Gooden from Paratutu, who we'll hopefully see later in this tournament. And Rosanna's, she's a very steady singles player. Nothing much worries her, and this will be a really good game.
Just having a nibble there, 2 down. I mean, Christine's put 2 bowls within a bowl's width there, Brett. So fair enough sort of shot selection there from Rosanna. See if she can make it 3 touches here. Christine Buchanan on her backhand side.
Yeah, she's got good line again here.
Yeah, beautiful track.
Maybe just a little cautious holding those 2 shots. She'll be wanting to get on the board, which she does. So in this race to 21 shots, we have Rosanna Muriwai and Christine Buchanan locked together at 2 shots apiece here at Browns Bay, and viewers can see on the inset the pairs game that's going on at an adjacent rink between the Martinborough and Queenstown combinations. Playing for Martinborough, we have Marianne Wilson, who is leading, who's the mother of Nicole Toomey, New Zealand representative, and Marianne is leading for Micaiah Campbell, and they're up against the very experienced former New Zealand Champion of Champions singles winner Margaret O'Connor, and her lead is Andrea Dowman.
And if we do finish the singles game before that pairs game is completed, for the viewers' information, the screens will flick around and we'll be able to commentate in full sort of the end of that pairs game. But those are the 2 that we're following, and if you look at the bottom right of your screen, we'll regularly have updates as they come through for other games that are going on around the traps, because there is a bit to keep track of in this round robin system.
Absolutely. A little bit of a looser start to this end, with both players in the area, but certainly not as tight to the jack as we would expect them to be.
And that bowl holding a little bit there, Brett. It almost looked like it caught something on the green. Either that or there might be wind sort of blowing across and keeping the bowl holding out.
There tends to be a bit of cross breeze on this green at Browns Bay, so the wind will be blowing from right to left. So we can expect that that left side, as you're viewing the screen, is likely to be the narrower side. And there's a great bowl from Rosanna.
Lovely shot.
Marka Trish Crute, who is the Bowls North Harbour women's selector, and a very fine player in her own right. Regularly features in Bowls North Harbour events, and was skip of one of the successful Birkenhead teams that won the Bowls North Harbour Pennants competition last Sunday. They beat Mairangi Bay in the final, and Trish in her game came back to get a draw after having trailed for most of the game. So she's a pretty good selector, but she's still showing some great form on the green.
Just to be able to have that threat to step in if the team's not performing. Brett, she can go out. I'll have a go, as we see sort of 2 close bowls and 4 or 5 that are a bit more scattered on this head. It is, I suppose, only the third end of this game.
Yeah, so if you just notice those flags that are in the corner of the green, you can see one in the top right of your screen. Every now and then you'll see that flag just move a little bit with a bit of breeze, and look, it's certainly not particularly difficult, but it will have a bit of an impact on the bowls. So Rosanna just playing narrow there, looking to try and turn Christine's bowl out. Pretty tricky on these Maniototo greens to play those shots. You've really got to play with very good line, and that's really a feature of the Browns Bay greens. They are very good greens. Brendan Kelly, the greenkeeper, does a magnificent job, but you do have to play with good line, and so we'll see that over the course of today, because if you miss your line, you do get punished. The bowls swing away pretty quickly.
Absolutely, you've got to give them a chance to turn back. It'll be interesting to see as the day progresses. We've got 2 rounds to cover today. It'll be interesting to see if the green changes in the next couple of hours.
Yes, you can imagine with all that rain we've had, the greens will be sweating a little bit, and it's pretty humid today. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a bit of a change in conditions. That's a magnificent start by Christine Buchanan.
Lovely bowl. She seems like she's picking this way, going well. We've seen this is the second hand we've seen her play in this direction. It'll be the 4th or 5th bowl that have been within a few inches.
Yeah, Christine led for Lily O'Callaghan in that Central Otago Inter-Centre team, and led very, very well in that competition. I watched some of those games, and yeah, she was in fine form, and nothing much worries her. Just nice, really efficient delivery. She's just a very, very consistent player. Got the full range of shots, but tends to mainly stick to draw play because she's so good at it.
Yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't you? And if we look into the top right of your screen at the moment, Brett, in the picture-in-picture, it looks like we've got a nice image of the 2 flags flying, waving in the breeze. The Bowls New Zealand flag on the top and the Browns Bay Bowling Club flag bottom left, I think.
There you go. And Pete Sheehan and the team at Browns Bay have once again got the club looking in magnificent condition. They're great hosts for big events like this. There aren't that many full green clubs in New Zealand with 3 natural surface greens and 1 artificial, and I know they really enjoy hosting visitors at the club, which, for those who are not familiar, is on the North Shore in Auckland. And a rather famous pub called the Brownsy is that green building across on the other side of the main road there in Browns Bay, and we're about probably a couple of blocks from Browns Bay Beach, one of the most popular beaches in the North Shore of Auckland. So we'll see plenty of traffic, I'm sure, over the day. It's a nice day, and there'll be a lot of people enjoying the opportunity of getting out to the beach. But we'll be here at the Bowls, and I'm looking forward to a really good afternoon of bowls. And there's Christine
Look
again,
at this
just
again.
showing her
Great
class.
bowls. That's brilliant stuff. You'd think that there has to be some aggression coming here, wouldn't you, Brett?
Yeah, Rosanna, by contrast with Christina, is a pretty aggressive player in singles. She's never afraid to attack the head, and here we go.
On the backhand side, willing it to turn. She needs it to break. It was quite nice weight for a good result, but 3 or 4 bowls wide, and we see the head go down there.
Yep, 2 more to Christine, so that pops her out to a handy 5-2 lead in this first to 21 shots game. And Rosanna will need to just tighten up a bit on her draw play here, because if Christine gets into a good rhythm, she'll be very hard to head off. I mean,
yeah. The danger is you could blink and be 10 points behind in 3 or 4 ends if Christine continues just to pepper the jack like she has been.
Completely. I mean, she was in fine form against Mandy Boyd this morning. Mandy, many-time New Zealand champion and New Zealand representative, runner-up in the national singles the last time they were played in Auckland to Nicole Toomey, and so that was a good win by Christine, and here we go again. She's favouring that the more turning side of the rink, so you'll see this bowl just start to break in now, and again a little over with the first, but
she'll feel that's there or thereabouts, won't she? You know, as a player, she's missed with good line. She knows she just has to take a little bit of weight off, and everything will be okay.
That's right. And coming into this direction, they will feel the wind in their face a little bit more, and so the temptation will be to want to make sure that you're up with that first bowl. That's a good opener from Rosanna. Nice start.
Yeah, and forcing Christine to switch to that forehand side, which is also, that's a good thing. And we see, as you mentioned, Brett, this should be the hand that's a bit more sticky, so to speak. We'll watch it sort of snake its way up. Still overplayed there. She actually had good green for all that. It's finished directly in line with the jack.
Yeah, Christine, just such a very relaxed player. Just plays. Nothing ever seems to worry her too much. Another good bowl from Rosanna here. She's slightly over, but that's a pretty handy spot covering those 2 bowls of Christine, though I expect Christine will just be drawing.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, some people would it'll look tempting to think, well, I've got 2 back bowls and sort of a vague bowl jack target. Maybe I get the rake out. But Christine looking just to try and get a bowl to stop here. She's slightly overplayed those 3. I wonder if the jack, it does look like it's quite a short one, only a couple of mats up from that the front tee.
Yeah, I think this is probably the shortest end they've played so far, and yeah, Christine just missing her adjustment. Obviously she was looking to put the jack about where the bowls were, because all 3 bowls are
in the same place.
On pretty good length. Disappointing third bowl from Rosanna. She would have wanted to make sure she was there or thereabouts to try and add another shot and put a bit of pressure on. So what can Christine do with this last bowl? She's 2 down and she's close.
Beautiful weight. Missed her line a little bit there, and that's what you're talking about earlier, Brett. You miss your line, you do get punished on the screen, and an opportunity here to add a bonus bowl for Rosanna. Although it's only early in the game, I think it's important that Rosanna was to score on this end, just for the ebb and the flow. Willing this one to come back in.
Coming now, will it have enough? I think it will. I think that'll be 2. That's a great bonus bowl by Rosanna. She'll be pleased with that.
To make up for her third bowl, she'll be pleased. I think we will see 2 there, indicated by Trish, and 4-5 will be the score now in this race to 21 points.
Been great to see the renaissance of the Martinborough Bowling Club. It's a club I'm pretty familiar with. My family come from that part of the Wairarapa, and
cool.
Over many years it was a very strong club, but as I suppose Martinborough has gentrified a little, or a lot actually, over the last 20, 30 years. There were not a lot of bowlers there, but Gary and Rosanna, along with a crew of other people, have done a great job in with that club, and Wairarapa themselves have done well in the Intercentre. They were, I think, 3rd in the Intercentre.
That was a great result for them.
Yeah, a couple of years ago in Wellington, and so yeah, really good to see a smaller, if you like, country centre doing so well and regularly getting through in these national competitions to the to the money rounds, or the rounds for honour.
Yeah, the pointy end of the stick. I think it's a good point though, Brett. I think we sort of miss it sometimes in bowls. As long as you've got a facility in a club, but actually, if you have 2 or 3 champions, people who are enthusiastic and want to do things, you tend to get swept along with it. You know, clubs can always sort of find new things to do and become revitalised as long as there's, well, you don't even need a green to play on, as long as there's a place to gather and to sort of talk bowls and play a bit of bowls. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, great bowl there from Christine, and so we've got Mary Ann Wilson playing for Martinborough, who's also previously played at Victoria, which is where Rosanna and Gary played when they were in Wellington. And I think Gary's the chairman of the Nine Bowling Club as well, so he's a busy guy in the bowls world. Great bowl here
What
from
a
Rosanna.
Shot.
That's a cracker.
Beautiful bowl, and she'll be pleased that when it sat down it didn't move the jack. It can be disappointing sometimes when you draw just behind the jack and it sits down and you pop it back up the rink, so a perfect shot.
Absolutely. Tanya Wheeler, another former Wellington player, also now playing in Martinborough, and so that's a very tidy unit. And here's a great bowl from Christine. Look at this.
Oh.
So just as matter of fact as you need to be, she's played that bowl and punched the jack out into the corner there. The good news for Rosanna is it looks like she's still got the shot from one of her earlier bowls, and so she'll be looking to see if she can get a second shot here.
Yeah, she didn't get this one away nicely, Brett, and you can see that there, and the fact that it's pulling up a little bit shorter than what she was hoping it was going to be.
Yeah, and for those keen-eyed viewers, if they're looking at the surface, they'll see we've had a bit of rain in Auckland. It's a lot greener than it would normally be for a Maniatoto green, but we've had a huge amount of rain the last few days. Here's
Christine Buchanan, just underneath the line.
She's just run out of the rink there.
God, that's disappointing as a player because she had what would have looked like an ample amount of room to finish to the left side of the jack.
Yeah, possibly a little bit surprised about how much turn she got there just at the end as that bowl turned away. So that's 1 to Rosanna Muriwai, and we're all locked up at 5-all in this race to 21 in the second round singles game, Martinborough versus Queenstown in the National Interclub Finals.
Very good, and I believe we've got some updated results coming through. If we check out the bottom right of our screen, the little whoever presses the buttons to get the results through shortly. It's quite an impressive amount of technology. Actually, they've got some people out there with tablets, as we see here. The women's results: Elmwood Park versus Nine and the singles.
And that's a powerhouse game. That's Mandy Boyd of Elmwood Park against Lisa White from Nine, both former New Zealand players and played together for New Zealand. So Mandy's slightly in front in that game. The Nine pair of Wendy Mackey and Kenny Critchlow leading 2-1 over Elmwood Park's Bev Morrell and Angela Boyd. That's Mandy's sister, and Angela, a former New Zealand representative, and Bev Morrell, the current New Zealand pairs champion.
And unlucky not to have been a New Zealand representative, it could be argued.
Yes, yeah, been a very, very steady player for many years in the Canterbury Centre and in the national championships. And we've got that Elmwood Park 4. They're leading by 4-0. Elmwood Park 4 skipped by Jan Shirley with Fiona Frew, Pam Fair and Tanya Woodham. And they're up against not the 904, which is Lillian Renata, Anne Gately, Pat Dixon, and Aliata Vulu. So yeah, great to that'll be a really, really strong battle, and Nine sitting atop of the leaderboard, and Elmwood Park sitting lower down the table than anyone expected.
Yeah, looking to bounce back from that first round for sure.
Back at our singles game, we've got Christine Buchanan with the shot. I just in the game between Takapuna and Thames Coast, we have Selena Goddard is the singles player for Takapuna, and her game against Val Matthews is locked at 4-all. Robin Walker and Adele Ineson are the pair for Takapuna, and they lead the Thames Coast pair of Val Finlay and Chrissy Pears by 6 shots to 3. And the Takapuna Falls team with 3 players who were part of the successful Champion of Champion Falls winners, Lisa Dixon, Lauren Mills and Anne Doreen, this time joined by Japanese international Keiko
Yes.
Kurihara, and they are leading the Thames Coast four of Kay Bunn, Belinda Goodall, Missy Veal, and Mary King by 6 shots to zip. So that Takapuna team lying second after the first round, obviously maintaining some pretty good form.
Absolutely, as Christine looks to make it 3 here. Just agonisingly short on the bonus shot, Brett, but 2 points nonetheless.
And you can see, just as those bowls are getting a little wide, probably playing into parts of the rink that haven't been played on so much, they're just pulling up a little bit. So that's just the impact of the huge amount of rain we've had over the last couple of days, and probably that green just being a little bit spongier than usual.
Yeah, and the players, it'll become, you can already see it actually in this picture. It's almost the grooves where the bowls have been played on, and that'll be certainly an easier track as we see just the final lot of results for the women. And the only one that we don't know, based on the two we've seen, is the fours, is fours up to the Queenstown team after 2 ends.
Here's Jane Anderson, Deborah Lloyd, Lindley Carter, and Kath Mann are the Queenstown fours team, and as we can see, they've got off to a nice tidy start against the Martinborough four of Tanya Wheeler, Janelle Frew, Helen Baker, and Marianne Ashworth.
And we'll quickly go through the men's results as well before we move back to commentating the game. We can see there the Birkenhead Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club clash. Still tight all the way through, isn't it?
Absolutely. David Clark's playing singles for Manurewa Cosmopolitan. Of course, a very decorated bowler over many years. So he's leading a New Zealand player, Tony Grantham, 4-1. Great bowl by Christine there.
Bowl. Side toucher down and just trails the jack 2 or 3 feet. Makes it look easy as.
and one thing we can be certain with Christine, she won't be short when she's down. She plays those little weighted shots very well. In the pairs, we've got the Manurewa combination of Shane Drabble and Steve Bicknell, and they're up against Birkenhead's Damon Pearson and Evan Thomas. So nothing in that at 2-1. And I'm not sure why we don't have a score in the fours yet. Maybe they haven't started that game. But the Manurewa Cosmopolitan 4 is Bryn Morgan, Logan Clark, Rio Bond, and David Parker. And they'll be up against Nigel Drew, Jack Hurawai, Martin Short, and Mark Rumble. So, and in the other men's game, Elmwood Park. So here we've got Kelvin Scott, the defending national singles champion, who'll be participating in the World Champion event, which
very shortly
starts at 9 next weekend at 9 Bowling Club. So he's trailing Darren Gooden from Paratutu. Darren Gooden, the current New Zealand champion of champion fours winner. In the pairs, we've got Gary Lawson, and Gary's playing with Steve Ditford, and they're locked up 2-2 against Hamish Carpe and Daryl Reid. And in the fours, the Lance Pascoe skipped 4 with Nathan Glasson, Liam Ethorn, and Ricky Cook. And they are trailing Paratutu's Adam Collins, Aidan Zitterstein, Roger Hassel, and Don Christensen by 3 shots to 2. So nothing much in it early in these games. Elmwood Park probably hot favourites. And in the other men's game, Alexandra, their singles player is the player universally known as the Scud.
Yes.
Sean Scott, and Scud's playing against Hastings Dean Drummond, now based in Australia, but's obviously come back for this competition, which is great to see. The Alexandra pair is Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas, and they are playing against the very strong Hastings pair of Murray Glassy and Neil Barron. Huge experience, and Neil and Murray have got out to a tidy 6-3 lead. And in the fours, the Hastings fours of former New Zealand champion Dwayne Cameron, who's playing with Mike Isaacson, Pat Golder, and Merv Brown. And they're leading Alexandra's Martin Geary, Ray Leedon, Stan Cornez, and Roger O'Brien by 3 shots to 1.
Some good games going on early doors, which is what you'd expect at this stage of the event. It is a national final. All of these teams won their way through their centre and then zone finals, Brett.
That's right. And in the in this round robin format, you really have to be on your game every round. So it's tends to bring out the most consistent team. We saw that in the National Intercentre when the Central Otago women, who just went about their work, much as Christine's doing today, and came through, probably against most expectations to win that event. Round by round, you just want to make sure that you're continuing to accumulate wins and match points in this competition.
Absolutely. So we see this bowl, I think slightly on the, I was going to say on the high side, but it's more that it's a bit shy, isn't it? It's got a nice line.
So we're going to have a measure here. You can see marker Trish Crute, who's actually a qualified umpire,
yes.
one of North Harbour's better umpires. So she's a person with a lot of different wears a lot of different hats and a lot of different skills in this game. So Trish, as marker, offering to measure, and some players prefer the marker to do it. In
a situation like this where you know your marker. Okay. I was going to say. I'm confused, Brett.
I think it's pretty close, and I think they've obviously decided that they want the umpire to do that. I haven't seen that before, Alex. I haven't seen a situation where the players have asked the marker to measure and then required an umpire. Perhaps it's too close for them to call, and they want a second opinion. Here's
that's a brilliant little. That's fantastic. That is someone who's come prepared with their measuring kit.
Yep, Jenny is one of the top umpires in Bos North Harbour.
Brilliant.
And she's if anyone will have the gear, it'll be Jenny.
Under control. It's almost. I'm almost a proponent when it's small measures like this, Brett, of using calipers instead of tapes.
Well, funnily enough, we were. I was playing in the Pennants playoffs last weekend, and we had a couple of type measures where calipers were used, and I agree with you, Alex. I think it's by far the best measuring device in a tight situation there.
Certainly easier to use as well, and you know that you're getting the closest 2 points. There's no sort of twisting that can occur.
So Jenny has determined that the shot was Roseanne Murawai's, so she took Roseanne's bowl out first, and so Roseanne will be pleased with that result, and still pretty nip and tuck early in this game between Rosanna Murawai and Christine Buchanan.
See the jack being delivered there. Be interesting to see what length she chooses. We saw Christine struggles an exaggeration, but certainly one of her looser ends was on a short end. So we see the jack delivered sort of slightly on the long side. And this is where we saw early on in the game that crosswind coming across the head on that longer head.
Looking at the women's results on your screen, we can see that still pretty close between Lisa White and Mandy Boyd, but the non-eye pair have kicked off to a pretty good 7-1 lead in that game. They'll be playing 18 shots in that in the pairs, and in the fours, the 15 end game. So 18 ends in the pairs, 15 ends in the fours, and Elmwood Park slightly ahead in that game.
It'll be interesting to watch that rubber develop, Brett, because I know it's only the second round of the event, but Elmwood Park will be looking to come right out of the gates charging on this round, having done not as well as they would have hoped in the first. And in a round robin, you could probably, at a stretch, if everything goes your way, maybe get away with having 2 match losses, but you don't want it to be the case, do you? You'd rather sort of lose your first one and win the rest will be their plan.
Absolutely. So again, another looser end in this direction. You see the players are just struggling, and the backhand as it is for Rosanna and Christine, the bowls pulling up pretty quickly. So Rosanna persisting with this slightly narrower side, and she looks on track to draw another shot here. But still plenty of room for Christine.
Yeah, absolutely. Christine will expect herself to draw the shot with her third bowl. There's an ample amount of space as we see her just correct on her backhand side.
Yeah, not making the mistake of getting wide this time, and she looks like she's got pretty good weight here.
Yeah,
this will be the shot.
A very good bowl there from Christine Buchanan. Not over correcting and playing a very nice shot there to finish level with the jack and holding 1 point.
And we can see in the pairs game, it's the Martinborough pair of Mackay Campbell and Marianne Wilson who are leading the Queenstown pair of Margaret O'Connor and Andrea Dowman by 5 shots. And all these Margaret O'Connor playing her bowl in that on the 6th end of that pairs game. And back at the singles, it's Christine Buchanan playing her last bowl and looking to see if she can add another shot. And I think she's pretty close, Alex. Very close, and that's a lovely shot there. As we also see, Queenstown's gone to a 5-0 lead after 3 ends against Martinborough. I suppose they'll be well off screen, won't they? In that game of 4s that makes up the 3rd. So I suppose it's probably a good opportunity to explain the system at these events, Brett. So every club plays every other club in a round robin, and it goes match points first, doesn't it? So your match point is whether your club, so you have a singles player, a pairs team and a 4s team. If you can win 2 out of the 3, you win the match, and then your game points is the next one you count back on, so it's how much you've won your match by. So every game does count, but match points come first and foremost, and that's what we're sort of looking for to decide the winner of this event. And if we harken back to the Intercentre recently at Browns Bay, that was pretty tight all the way through, and going into the last round there, it was there were multiple centres that had a chance to win, so we'll be in that situation this time tomorrow, and you know, probably too early to tell who's likely to be leading overnight, but certainly you would expect that this Queenstown team, you know, with so many of them having played for Central Otago in that Intercentre, will be pretty hard to hit off. Absolutely. I feel like it's a happy hunting ground for them. They've got good memories of this club and surroundings, so I totally agree that they'll be right in the hunt. And of course the manner in which Central Otago won it, well, it wasn't dramatic, but certainly it was tight all the way, and they just sort of did everything they needed to do right at the end. They'll know, even if they are a couple of points or a little bit behind the pace going into the last day, that anything can happen if you just get down and play your bowls. Absolutely. We can see in the game between Takapuna and Thames Coast, Takapuna leading in all 3 of those matches. Singles first to 21 shots, the pairs 18 ends, and the 4s 15 ends. So still early in that clash. Christine here. Oh, half a bowl off there. I think she was too light on the head and just looking to sit through that, but that half a bowl narrow didn't get a great result, and an opportunity here for Roseanne to make it 3, Brett. Yeah, Roseanne will be looking to try and capitalise on this. She played 2 very good bowls to begin this end, and she's on a good track here. Has she got the weight? Yes, I think she's just going to make it. Willing it down. Yes, she does. That's a good shot there from Roseanne. Even if it's out of the count, it's still a very, very good bowl, because the jack doesn't need to move much for 4 if nothing changes. Marker Trish Crute with the lollipops signals 3 shots to Rosanna Muriwai. And Christine Buchanan, what can she do with her last bowl? Close last time. She's close again, Alex. Great line here. So you watch this bowl. Where she's going to get the jack, that's the question. Slicing it, following through. Well, in some ways it was a slice from hell, because it sliced onto one of Rosanna's bowls. And I think Rosanna's got at least 1 here, probably 2. Trish Crute having a look for us. Thank you, Trish. And it's 2 to Martinborough, 2 to Rosanna Muriwai. Brilliant. And so I suppose here for Rosanna, obviously you want to add a bonus bowl, but we saw where Christine's bowl ended. It would be easy to go from 2 to 2, or from 2 to 1, or from 2 to 1 down, wouldn't it? Like Absolutely. It's a difficult bonus bowl here. She'll be certainly, I would be erring short and focusing on getting your line right. You want to take a nice wide arc. Well, I think she's close here.
Very
she's
close.
very close. She won't want to move the jack. No. Wow. So so that was. I think we described that as a brave bowl.
Yeah.
But certainly making every effort to get another shot.
Definitely.
Two taken out by Christine Buchanan. Rosanna having a good look. Just to
oh, we got the umpire. She's ready.
Jenny Daniels, always busy and active as an umpire. She's always up on her feet and moving around, having a look, talking to the players. She's a joy to have around.
Yes.
Around the green, and of course, has come up under the great tutelage of umpiring legend Jean Ashby, life member of Bowls New Zealand, and Jean is a North Harbour stalwart, and there's no coincidence that we've got a great crop of men and women umpires in North Harbour as a result of Jean's fine work.
Yeah, she's absolutely a brilliant member of the bowling community, has been for literally decades.
Absolutely. So it looks like 2 to Rosanna there, and so that'll take us to 9 shots to 8 to Christine Buchanan in this race to 21.
And five ends apiece, Brett. So it's been an evenly shared game of singles so far.
In the pairs game, we can see Martinborough extending their lead to 7-0.
That's a great camera angle, whoever's done that in the your top right thumbnail. It's a brilliant little sort of drop down over the head there, and we can see 2 to the blue. Well done, Colin or Tamara.
Yep, that makes our life a lot easier. So, so at this stage, Martinborough, having lost their first 3 games, all 3 games in the first round to Takapuna, certainly showing that it hasn't dented their drive to be successful in this event, and they're playing well.
Absolutely. As we see Christine, I think that's probably the loosest bowl we've seen from Christine, but it was a long jack. It's on the 2 metre. We hadn't seen one there before, and just slightly overplaying her bowl, not being able to keep it on the rink.
Yep, Rosanna Muriwai deciding to go a bit longer and obviously try and put a bit of pressure on. Just short with the first bowl and a little short with her second, but on a long end on an evenly paced green like this, it puts a bit of pressure on the opponent.
Absolutely, and from Christine's point of view, that bowl that you see at 12 o'clock will be just about obscuring the jack. It'll be hard to see the jack behind it.
Second shot from Christine, yes, and it's amazing how often players find it difficult when they can't see the jack. When you've got to play around a short bowl like that, and not always obvious from the mat end exactly how far that bowl is away. Of course, you got the opportunity to ask the marker, but Rosanna just pulling up short there. I think she's definitely still got the shot. I think probably only one at the stage. And Christine Buchanan quickly into her work. Didn't seem super happy with that bowl, but let's see what happens at this end. It's certainly on a good line.
Better than she thought, as she's going to pick up the jack square. What a shot that was!
I think she obviously knew she was a little heavy.
I hope she had a good track.
But it was a good percentage bowl because she had the opportunity to rest on the shot bowl or trail the jack, and it was the latter result. So that leaves her holding 1. We can see in the Takapuna Thames Coast game, Selena Goddard's kicked out to a very handy 11-5 lead. Here's a great ball from Rosanna.
What a shot. There's some good balls happening left, right and centre, Brett.
Superb. Again, similar sort of bowl from Rosanna, playing with a tight line, good weight, sit the bowl, trail the jack, and she gets the shot. And now we'll see Christine, I'm sure, coming down with reaching weight.
Yeah, a little surprising. It would have been tempting for Christine to stay on her backhand, considering she just put a bowl there. And we've just seen Rosanna put a bowl there. Maybe it just, we can see from that angle, it does look like it's a hard-pressed thing to get around those short bowls. But I did think maybe she might play her backhand side and rest the bowl of the jack as we see her push it wide with her last one.
Yeah, I think she would have been aware her bowl was a toucher, so she had the opportunity to turn the toucher onto the jack and perhaps she just felt if she'd played on that other hand and been a little narrow, she could have turned up another bowl from Rosanna. But whatever the rationale, she didn't get the shot. It's 1-2 to Martinborough, and we're all tied up in this game at 9-all, I think, Alex.
Yes, 9-all it is. Yep, it's been a good game, and it's showing no signs of one person or the other really taking ascendancy here. So I think it'll be pretty nip and tuck the entire way through.
I agree. So good opening bowl here from Rosanna Murawai. Starting to really get into her work, and now so important in these singles games to be effective with your first or second bowl. It really sets up the end for you and reduces the amount of pressure on you, and that's definitely been a change in Rosanna's play in these last few ends, where she's starting to get that first or second bowl close.
I agree. I think we saw some very good salvages isn't the word I'm looking for, but she played lots of good third and fourth bowls in the early sort of stages of this game, and we saw Christine, the one that was drawing. I mean, in that first end we watched, I think Christine had 2 bowls within 3 or 4 inches of the jack, whereas in these last sort of half to third of the game, 5 or 6 ends, it's been a more even competition between these two players.
In the men's competition, we can see that David Clark continuing his good form against Tony Grantham, now out to an 8-3 lead in their singles game. Shane Drabble leading Damon Pearson by 4 shots to 2. And in the fours, it's the Bryn Morgan skip team from Munurewa Cosmopolitan that's leading Nigel Drew's Birkenhead team 3-zip after 2 ends. But, early days in those competitions. There'll be a bit of driving going on in that clash. Nigel Drew, Shane Drabble.
Not afraid of a little bit of aggression.
And Bryn Morgan is also a pretty aggressive player. So great bowl there from Rosanna Murawai. She's starting to show some really good form here, and Christine Buchanan will need to tighten up her play. A couple of loose bowls from Christine, but much tighter here.
Here we go. Willing it to hold that little bit. Tried.
I think she's got the shot. I think she's had enough momentum with that bowl to have shot. Rosanna Murawai just checking with the marker, Trish Crute. It's 1 to blue. So, well, on our board, blue is Martinborough, but I think Trish has indicated that Christine has the shot.
She's holding one, and it looks set level with the jack. So she should be holding one. As we see Roseanne just a little bit wide.
Pretty tight in the Elmwood Park Paratutu clash. Paratutu singles player Darren Gooden and New Zealand champion Kevin Scott tied at 4-all. 3-2 to Gary Lawson in the pairs, and 5-3 to Adam Collins from Paratutu in the fours. Christine Buchanan looks like she may have just snuck in for a bonus shot there.
It was extremely close to 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an umpire come along. They look like they're essentially level.
Rosanna using the finger measure just to give her a guide as to how many shots it is.
Opting for the measure.
So that's the shot poll that we've seen.
You'd hope so.
That she's unceremoniously kicked out of the head.
Removed. So we see, did you see the Wilson, Brett, on the left of your screen? The Tom Hanks situation. There's a Wilson. I want to know who owns Wilson. The basketball, obviously a mascot or something. Yep. Just sitting there watching the proceedings.
Well, could that possibly belong to Mary Ann Wilson?
That would make a lot of sense if it did.
Who's in the pairs lead in the Martinborough team? There's Mary Ann on the head now, just indicating to her skip Micaiah Campbell. Mary Ann Wilson just indicating where Micaiah needs to finish to get the shot.
Yeah, if it doesn't belong to Mary Ann Wilson, I think that she should just claim it as her own. What are the chances? But yeah, it's you see some interesting things on bowlers' bags around the place, don't you, Brett? I've seen a variety of different bits and pieces, some lucky charms that bowlers have around the place.
if anybody sees a black New Zealand Greenmaster bag in the course of their travels over the next few weeks, it was stolen out of my car with my bowls last Saturday night, which was a nice surprise to get when I was jumping in the car to head to play in the North Harbour Pennants last week. So
it doesn't sound like a nice surprise.
No, it certainly was not, and a pair of blue and white Aero Optima bowls that I think were originally custom made for Adam Hayward because they had a big A on them, and then I bought them off Wendy Jensen, and I've enjoyed playing with those bowls. I quite like a turning bowl, so please keep on the lookout for a black Greenmaster bag and some blue and white Optima bowls. So yes, I'm not sure we'll see the light of either of those things, but yeah, particularly annoying. I'm not quite sure what value they are to anybody other than a bowler, but anyway, these things happen.
Absolutely. I recall I think Simon Poppleton's bowls got thrown into a hedge somewhere maybe a year or two ago.
Was that thrown by Simon, or was that
I couldn't possibly comment. But they were recovered, Brett, if you want a little bit of hope there. His bowls disappeared and then found their way back to him. As we see a tighter head coming in this direction. Bit of a commentator's curse there as we watch this bowl hang out, but certainly it seems to be a more challenging direction to play, Brett.
Yeah, you are playing into a little bit of that breeze, and it does tend to hold the bowls. I've played a lot of bowls on the screen, and it can be quite tricky, particularly this rink. It's quite exposed, and I think we're seeing that from the bowls. And just briefly looking at the men's results, we can see still very tight in that Elmwood Park Paratutu clash in the men's Interclub event. Rosanna Muriwai looking to come down with her last bowl. Can she add another shot?
Be willing to turn back into the head. If she's got the weight, it should have the swing at the end of the track. As we watch this bowl here,
I think
just about. I think she's done it, Brett.
I agree. I think she may have just snuck in there for a second shot. Christine Buchanan hands her the mat. There's no argument about that. 2 shots to Rosanna Muriwai from Martinborough, and in this topsy-turvy game, we're back to 11 all in the first to 21 shots in this game. And in the pairs, we can see that Martinborough are leading Queenstown 7-2 on the adjacent rink. 3 very good leads bowls there for those orange bowls, and I think those bowls belong to Marianne Wilson. And so we'll see what we'll try and keep an eye on that game as we progress with this game of singles between Rosanna Muriwai and Christine Buchanan. Indeed, they are set as 3 shots to Marianne Wilson, because I see Margaret O'Connor attacking with her first bowl in that game of pairs. Good start from Rosanna Muriwai. Since she's stuck to this her backhand side of the rink, she's playing some good bowls.
Yeah, we've seen her throw longer ends in the last few ones, which seems to be working, as we see Christine Buchanan, her first bowl again, not staying on the rink. And maybe just a sniff here for Rosanna, if she can keep peppering the jack and adding that pressure to Christine, an opportunity to score a few points.
Yeah, Rosanna's an extremely determined player. I remember when she first started playing in the PBA events, and she had not been playing the game for very long, but she was very determined. PBA, of course, the events there are largely mixed events, and so she was playing against a lot of the top male players, and she certainly wasn't daunted by that. And it became apparent very early in her career that she was going to be a very good player. And not everyone likes playing singles, but I know Rosanna enjoys the challenge.
Yeah, there are people who relish it, isn't there?
And she's one of those people. And here we can see she's really starting to pile the pressure on Christine here with another very good bowl. That'll be the shot itself. She's lying 3.
Yeah, great stuff here from Rosanna, and a real opportunity to score points. This third bowl here of Christine Buchanan's vitally important. Got an okay line, but She needs to get bogged on one of them if she wants it to hang around. She'll be very pleased with that result, Brett.
Yep, that's just playing with that reaching weight that Christine likes and getting a good sit on that second shot. Trish Crook just having a look to confirm who has the shot.
Come down and have a look. I think Christine was probably as wide as she could be and still get a good result there. She had lovely weight, but she could have got a bit stiff if she had been a quarter of a bowl wider. We would have seen the collision bowl and the bowl she hit just move along and still would have been a couple down. As we see them, Rosanna just having a look to see who she thinks is holding the shot. What are her options here, Brett?
I think, well, she could still play that same hand that she's been playing. I mean, she's got an opportunity to sit that bowl of Christine Buchanan's. She's slightly narrow, she can trail the jack. Any movement of the jack is likely to favour her, and potentially if she moved it far enough to the left of our screen, she could hold 3, maybe 4 shots, depending on where the trailing bowl goes. So if I was her, I wouldn't be changing.
Yeah, really focusing on the weight, on the backhand side.
But she's obviously decided she's going to play safe, and she'll play on the forehand side and probably come down and just try and turn one of those bowls of hers over.
Lovely weight.
She has played this well.
Inside half or outside half. Oh, that was a great effort there. But I don't think it's going to be. I think she's going to have second, third, fourth and fifth shot. But not the shot here, Brett. I'll never understand a finger measure.
No, neither do I.
Maybe I should try it. Everyone seems to use the finger measure. It must work. I would say, just based on the way that Christine's bowl fell, that she must be holding the shot, and the way that Roseanne played her bowl, she must be holding the shot. So a chance here, and if Christine can even score a 1, psychologically she'll feel like she's had a good end here.
Absolutely.
Christine on the backhand side. Missing wide. Safe way to miss. Of course, if she'd been narrow, we had bowls at 12 o'clock and 11 o'clock. That would have been a nightmare to knock in, and I think we will see Christine score a shot here, but we'll just wait for that to be confirmed.
In the men's clash, we can see Kelvin Scott now leading that game against Darren Gooden 10 shots to 6. In the pairs, it's tight, 6-5 to Hamish Carpe and Daryl Reid over Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditfit. And in the fours, Adam Collins skipped Paratutu 4, leading 6-4 against Elmwood Park. Elmwood Park, of course, also in the women's field. We can see Lisa White's got off to a cracking start against Mandy Boyd. She's out to 13-3. The 9-eye pair, well, that's a real surprise.
This is incredible.
12-1 against Bev Morrell and Angela Boyd. Wendy Mackey skipping that 9-eye pair. And Elmwood Park holding their own in their fours. Jan Shirley leading 8-4 against Lillian Renata. Little quick story about Wendy Mackey, the 9-eye skip. Wendy was part of the supporters team at the Commonwealth Games, and she'd gone there, I think, particularly to watch Nicole Toomey, but in general to support the New Zealand team. And she was sitting in the stand, and a very finely dressed gentleman came and sat next to her.
This is a great story.
Came and sat next to her, and she noticed that he had a couple of people with him, and she thought he had a very beautifully tailored jacket, and so after some minutes she couldn't resist the temptation, and she leaned over and said, "Excuse me, sir," she said, I just thought I'd like to say that you look remarkably like Prince Edward." And the response was, "Well, thank you very much for that. I am Prince Edward." It's very nice of you to notice. And I believe Wendy, and I've talked to her about this since then, had a very nice chat to His Royal Highness Prince Edward, who's a great supporter of the Commonwealth Games, and spent a good half day out at the bowls at Leamington Spa. So yes, I don't think Wendy will ever live that story down, and she thought it was very funny.
That's fantastic.
As did he actually. So it was that was a nice angle, and of course I think Prince Edward spent some time teaching at Wanganui Collegiate in his younger days, so he has a great affinity for New Zealand. So we see there Rosanna Muriwai looking for another long end to try and keep this sort of pressure on Christine Buchanan. Unfortunately, the jack, I think both went out and in the ditch. So the jack goes back to Christine, who ironically is also thrown along.
Yeah, intriguing. I doubt that was on purpose. You would think that she'd be looking to throw a short jack there.
In the pairs, we can see again a pretty tight head here. You'll see it in a second. Margaret O'Connor just drawing the shot, but Martinborough scored 3 on that last end. 3 very good bowls of Marianne Wilson's, and Marianne's orange bowl again, and reasonably close to the jack. She's up against the Andrea Dowman, who's leading for Queenstown, and it's Micaiah Campbell, the Martinborough skip, about to play her second to last bowl on this 10th end. The Martinborough pair leading 10-3. Back at the singles, short first bowl from Rosanna Muriwai, but this one looks a lot closer. No, I put the commentator's curse on that. In fact, it was heavy.
Beautiful line.
It was a beautiful line. In fact, all 3 bowls have been good lines. So it's Christine Buchanan holding the shot, trailing 11-12 in this first to 21 shots game. So that result we can see on our screen, 9i Elmwood Park. That's a big surprise.
It's staggering, really. If you'd asked, I think anyone really before the weekend how the first couple of rounds would go for Elmwood Park, they wouldn't say it would be looking like this. So, of course, still some time.
And it was interesting in the intercentre, Alex, that the Nelson team, who came through from this zone, were also favoured and had such a slow start. And I wonder whether these greens are just a little bit slower than these players from that part of the South Island used.
That's a very good point, Brett.
Certainly not bothering the Central Otago players. I mean, they have some of the quickest greens in New Zealand. And it certainly hasn't didn't bother them in the intercentre, and it's not bothering the Queenstown team particularly today. That's a disappointing bowl for Christine. She's holding shot, but decided to change her hand, and you can see clearly the rink's a bit two-paced, and so when players are changing their hand, typically they're struggling with the weight adjustment.
And Roseanne opting for the more gently aggressive, if that's the term.
Yeah.
They're looking around it as opposed to underneath and going bowl or jack in the ditch. See if she can manipulate the bowl around the short one.
Yeah, Rosanna won't be short when she's down, that's for sure. And she's glancing across at the pairs game as she picks up the mat.
Christine willing this one on, see if she can get him for second shot. Nice weight, but yeah, she's just showing a bit of frustration there, waving her arm. 1 point there to Queenstown, and this game's locked up again, Brett. 12 points apiece.
Yeah, nothing in this. Both players, playing pretty steadily, and ultimately, I think this will just come down to who holds their nerve through this game. Both Rosanna and Christine are pretty cool customers. I've played a lot of top singles bowls, so this occasion won't be new to either of them. And I think it'll just come down to who plays those critical bowls at the and the back end of the game.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see as we get closer to that target of 21. If anything does change, like you say, they're both experienced campaigners, but certainly once you get sort of within that checkout range in a game of singles, 17 points onwards, sometimes the psychology there changes around a little bit.
Queenstown scored in the pairs, and we're just waiting for that score to be updated, but I can confirm that they definitely won that end. We saw Andrea Dowman deliver the jack and play the first bowl, and we can see Marianne Wilson's orange bowl coming down now. Looks like it's going to be pretty close to the jack, just slides by. And back in the singles, it's Rosanna Muriwai holding the shot. Playing some pretty steady stuff down this favoured backhand side for her, coming in this direction towards the Browns Bay clubhouse.
And a shorter end As we see this ball on the back end, I'm not sure if it has enough weight to get quite where she wanted it. It travelled a little bit, and we see two bowls sit down there. One at 12 and one at 6. And Christine just sticking to that forehand side.
Closer here.
Lovely line.
Just slides past, but probably shot. The ball sits down, so I'm going to call that as 1 to Queenstown.
I agree. And we'll see Rosanna just look to make a little correction. Doesn't need much more on that nice backhand track, and we can see where the bowls have travelled. It's an indication that the amount of rain we have had over the last couple of days.
Little slide.
Great little slide there.
That's 1 to Martinborough. In the men's competition, we can see David Clark still leading. David Clark from Manurewa Cosmopolitan, leading Tony Grantham from Birkenhead 13-8. All locked up in the pairs between Shane Drabble and Damon Pearson, and it's Bryn Morgan.
Got the jack.
She's got the jack. What a
bowl!
Shot.
That's brilliant stuff. That's going to be a holding a staggered 3 there, I think. Christine, although there is plenty of room, the fact of the matter is she is holding 3 shots. That was a great shot there from Christine Buchanan, and we'll see if Rosanna can take the shot back. She's got plenty of room to draw second, and a little bit less room to draw first shot.
Will she reach?
Doesn't want to be short here. That's what we're talking about, going outside of the tracks in the green with these damper ones. She went out into the damp stuff and a bit frustrated there. I'm not sure if she's made it.
Yes, I think the colloquial term is tiger country, and yeah, you just get out into that part of the green that's unplayed. As we talked about earlier, there's probably a fair bit of moisture underneath the green, and the green will be starting to sweat a little bit in this afternoon humidity here in Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau at the Browns Bay Club, and it's a bit of a let off for Christine.
And the first 3 we've seen, was it more than 3?
Well, that surprises
Didn't
me.
look like 4 at a glance.
No. Well,
I'll stick with 3.
Well, yeah, let's stick with 3.
Oh,
but we talked earlier about decisive bowls in these games, and that was definitely a very decisive bowl. Big turnaround for Christine Buchanan, and just highlights her experience. When she is down on the head, she will attack.
Absolutely, and they've put 4 up on the scoreboard, so it may have been 4. Brett, so we'll stick with that until proven otherwise. I know I was covering the Para-Nationals earlier in the week with Terry Blackburn, and we said that Dennis Berent had dropped a 4, I think, and it turned out that the opposition had got 1, or it might have been the other way around, just the way the camera angles sit sometimes.
And it can be tricky. And tell me, Alex, good competition in the para event?
Yeah, it was, and I was talking to them. And they now Para Bowls New Zealand. They've updated their name, which is great, and they are seeing a year-on-year increase in athletes. So I think they had just about 50 participating last week, which was up on the last time they ran it. So it was good to see they ran a singles of pairs and finished with a social Bowls 3-5 format. And a review of that week will go up on the Bowls New Zealand website shortly. Actually, Sam Morton wrote us a nice little story.
Outstanding. Well, we can see the game's really tightening up in the Birkenhead Manurewa Cosmopolitan clash in the men's interclub event. So it's now David Clark holding on 16-15 against Tony Grantham, New Zealand representative Tony Grantham, runner-up in the singles and pairs at the Nationals last year, and of course a member of the New Zealand team at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. 7-5 in the pairs, Shane Drabble over Damon Pearson, and 3-1 to the Manurewa Cosmopolitan team, skipped by Bryn Morgan. They're playing Nigel Drew.
Close here, Brett, on the forehand, looking for a little rub.
Should be very disappointed with that. That was such a good bowl.
Beautifully played shot.
In the Elmwood Park men's game against Paratutu, it's Kelvin Scott now leading Darren Gooden 10-6. 6-5 to Hamish Carpe over Gary Lawson, and 6-4 to Adam Collins over the Elmwood Park team, skipped by New Zealand representative Lance Pascoe. So, do we have an upset in the offing, Alex, in that game between Paratutu and Elmwood Park?
At this stage, Paratutu certainly showing their mettle and keeping right with them at the sort of halfway mark. It'll be interesting to see how that one develops as we watch Rosanna here. She was so close with her last bowl. She will expect, if she can play this bowl along the same track, that she'll be very close again. Wanting it to come back. I'm not sure how much turn this bowl's got in it.
Slightly better weight than the last one. Will
Really
she sit the
here.
shot? Will she sit the shot? Yes, she will, but she won't sit down.
That was two really good bowls.
Yeah, two great bowls, but a decisive single to Christine Buchanan. Decisive because that gets her to 17, and in that psychological game that singles is, she now knows that she can complete the game in one end.
Yeah, and she also was able to score again after scoring a 4, and it's also, I think, the first time we've seen the second time we've seen 3 ends scored in a row from Christine. So certainly some momentum here for the Queenstown singles representative.
Yep, feeling like she's finishing well. Over in the men's competition, the Hastings Alexandra game, close game between the Scuds, Sean Scott and Dean Drummond. Dean now leading 12-11. In the pairs, Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas, they've got their nose ahead 10-7 over Murray Glacier and Neil Barron. That's a good result for them at this stage. 11 of the 18 ends having been played. 4's nothing in it. 5-4 to the Dwayne Cameron skipped Hastings team after 8 ends in that clash.
Some good competition all round for sure. To see this bowl just about snick the jack on its way past, but a good first bowl regardless. Maybe 2.5 feet past the jack, and Christine have been favouring that forehand side coming this way for just about the entire game. Played another bowl down that line. Looks reasonable if she's got the weight right.
Yeah, she's just going to pull up a bit short, but again, I think Rosanna Muriwai will have the shot there, but she really needs to consolidate this end with a really tight bowl here.
And certainly in the back of her mind, she'll know that she's just dropped a 1, a 4 and a 1, so 6 points and 3 ends, and looking to stop the proverbial rot, so to speak, and see if she can score on this end.
Well, the surprises continue in that Elmwood Park 9-0 women's clash. Lisa White out to 19-5 in the race to 21 shots against Mandy Boyd. Who would have believed that scoreline, let alone the pairs, where Wendy Mackey's leading Bev Morrell and Angela Boyd 19 shots to 1.
That's unbelievable.
And that's who would have expected that? Elmwood Park still hanging in there in the 4s. But a team that many people were viewing as the favourites for this competition.
Oh, for sure. What they need is one of either the singles or the pairs to mount a great comeback. And realistically, as singles, it's probably to points. I suppose the singles is the ones that's got the best chance. That they need Mandy to pull something out of somewhere and rally in that game to have a chance of winning this match.
That's a great bowl from Rosanna Muriwai. One down on the head. Trailing 17-12, as you can see on our scoreboard, and she's played a cracker there to get the shot. Christine Buchanan, I thought she'd play that with a bit more weight, Alex.
It was, I suspect that she would have, she hasn't even reached the head. In her mind, surely she was looking to rest the bowl or the jack there and continue the momentum, but not to be. And an opportunity here actually to score a 3, because you may as well slightly overplay this draw shot if you're Rosanna. Move the jack back a couple of feet. She's on the right track for it.
She's played it well.
Back a couple of feet for 3 points. Okay, and there for 2.
Look, that's a very good result for her. It stops the rot. It's the first time she scored in the last 4 ends.
That's right.
And stops the rot and gets her back on the board at 17-13. And gives her a chance just to have a bit of a think about, okay, what length am I going to play here? What can I do? So there we can see the master board, if you like, for this women's clash between Queenstown and Martinborough. We can see Christine Buchanan leading that game 17-12. In the pairs, 7-4 to Martinborough. I'm not sure that score is right. I think that might be that might be 17-4, because I think there's been more than a single on each end.
Yes.
And in the fours, it's Queenstown leading that game by six shots to 4. Great opening bowl from Rosanna Muriwai.
Certainly rallying at this stage, Rosanna, which, I mean, it's not unexpected, is it? Having watched the game so far and the competitiveness shown by both players, it's not unexpected that she's been able to stop that three-end run from Christine and still looking at a tight finish here.
So in the game between the current second place Takapuna team and Thames Coast, in the singles, Selena Goddard leading Val Matthews 14-9, all locked up in the pairs game between Robin Walker and Val Finlay at 11-all after 10 of the 18 ends, and one-way traffic in the fours. The Lisa Dixon skipped Takapuna team leading the K-Buns Thames Coast team by 16 shots to zip. Great bowl there from Christine.
Great shot. Oh, it's been a lot of effective bowls. I think Tricia will be looking to find a new bit of spray chalk, Brett. She's used it a lot this game.
She has. It's been very tight with a lot of those bowls to the jack. And but that's what you'd expect to see from two pretty good and experienced singles exponents like Rosanna and Christine.
Precisely. Rosanna going past with this one, almost biding your time. Like, I wonder if she was looking to just about reach past and then play a slightly more aggressive line through the jack.
Yeah, she's probably in two minds a little here, because she knows she can't afford to give Christine too much room, because look, here we can see, just how effective Christine can be. That's 2 shots to the Queenstown player now.
We'll see a backhand shot here from Rosanna.
Yep. But equally, she needs to stop Christine from scoring when she's only 4 shots away from winning that game.
That's the problem. It becomes a war of attrition on the backhand. She let that one go a bit funny, Brett.
Yep.
She'll be disappointed with that. I think maybe just let it go a bit later than what she wanted to.
Yeah, didn't seem to quite get herself set on the mat. So 2 shots at the moment to Christine Buchanan. That'll take her to 19.
Yeah.
Now, what can she do with her last bowl? Does she add another shot? It's certainly got the line for it. Has she got the weight? No.
Not to be. That's the answer to that question. And 19-14. That's, well, it wasn't a very good year, but it's not a bad score for Christine, and she'll feel like she's close to finishing this game off.
And in those pairs between Queenstown and Martinborough, as you can see in the inset on your screen, we've just seen Marianne Wilson and her skip Micaiah Campbell score a shot there. So they're leading 11-5 to Martinborough after 12 of the 18 ends in that game. So you'd have to say there's Nine-Eye leading overall in the women's after the first round, certainly making looking like they're going to win at least 2 games in this round against Elmwood Park. And Takapuna lying second, definitely looking like potentially winning 2 of their games and all square in the third game. So Nine-Eye and Takapuna making the early running in the women's side. Over in the men, we've got Birkenhead, didn't get off to the best start, and they're now trailing in all 3 games against Manurewa Cosmopolitan. Manurewa, David Clark leading Tony Grantham 16-5, Shane Drabble leading Damon Pearson 7-5, and it's 10-1 now to Bryn Morgan over Nigel Drew in those fours. Not the finest start this end. This would be one of the looser ends we've seen coming in this direction. But Rosanna Muriwai just sliding past here.
I think both players know that the game has a chance of concluding with just 2 points to go on to that score to get it to 21 for Christine. Sometimes that you get a bit of adrenaline rush from both players.
Absolutely. And speaking of the devil, I just caught a glimpse of Simon Poppleton, who we were referring to earlier, obviously come to support his Takapuna clubmates in the event. That's pretty tight there. I'm going to say that's 1 to Christine Buchanan.
I think so as well.
From where we sit in our commentary position. What can Rosanna Muriwai do? She's played this backhand side pretty well coming in this direction. This would probably be the loosest end she's played.
Certainly.
Tighter
hoping
here.
for a flat finish here. That was the weight for it.
Beautiful weight. It could be the shot. I mean, they're a long way away, those bowls, and it is a little hard from where we're sitting just to see who's got the shot. Christine Buchanan's not mucking around. She's obviously said to herself, well, the best thing to do is just draw a shot.
Rosanna just marching down to have a nosy at the head.
Christine on a pretty good line here. Is she going to reach? No, she's not.
Interesting. Be disappointed from Christine. She would have loved, you know, you always want to put people under that match losing pressure, don't you, when you're that close to 21? Even if you're 2 or 3 points, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 feet away, if you're holding the win, at least then you're saying, well, you have to play a shot.
You absolutely do. So in the men's event, we can see Kelvin Scott now in command of that singles game, out to a 17-6 lead after 14 ends. So he's really put on the
turned it right around, hasn't he?
Put on the afterburners. You know, he'll be looking to take some good form into those World Champion of Champions singles at 9i, which commences next Saturday. Hamish Carpe leading Gary Lawson 10-6 and 9-6 to Lance Pascoe over Adam Collins in that event.
Rosanna,
can she beat that front bowl? She won't want to turn it in. Well, she beats it, but I'm not sure that that's going to alter the score.
No, she won't be closer than the bowl at 6 o'clock or the one at 3 or the one at 9, I don't think, Brett. So it's just a measure all round, and we'll see who's scored a point, whether Queenstown's inched one closer to that 21 or whether the Martinborough singles player has been able to get a point. And Christine obviously used a measure before.
Yeah, Rosanna looking a little bit disappointed with herself. I think, you know, there was a good opportunity there to be down there to sit that bowl out for maybe 2 or 3, but to drop short with the last bowl, yeah, that she'd be pretty disappointed with that. Well, it looks like it might be 1 to Rosanna Muriwai. So
it'll hurt more if she hasn't had a bonus for 3 here. 2 there to Rosanna Muriwai.
Well, there you go. As I said, from our commentary position, it was difficult to tell. So that's why Rosanna wasn't playing with weight. She obviously was certain that she had the shot, but fell short in their effort to get that bonus shot. But, you know, this gets her back to 19-16.
Absolutely.
And, you know, still a chance, you know, the 2-end finish to win the game with, you know, with 4 shots in your hand. Over in the pairs, it's it looks like Martinborough holding the shot there as Margaret O'Connor looks to play into the head. Just trying to draw around there, just gets a little touch on Marianne Wilson's front bowl there. So let's see what Micaiah Campbell can do with her last bowl.
Good bit of commentary.
Well, she says she's overcooked it, but she may have overcooked it into a pretty good place, I think.
Short.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a different definition of overcooking.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it.
So Rosanna Muriwai on her backhand side. She trails 19-16, and that's a better bowl.
Great stuff. Very good.
So it looks like another shot to the Martinborough pair. And after 13 of the 18 ends, they've got a pretty commanding lead there. So that's 1 to Christine Buchanan. We'll just come back to the singles game because, you know, this could be the last end if Christine Buchanan can add another shot here. Rosanna again changing her hand, but she's close here.
She's made a good correction. I've been really impressed with this Martinborough team. Look at this stuff. That's great bowl.
Wonderful bowl by Rosanna Muriwai.
I've been impressed with them bouncing back from that first round. They had a forgettable first round and come out firing against Queenstown, who, as we mentioned earlier, a large portion of them from the Central Otago team that was successful in the National Inter-Centre. Christine Buchanan here on the backhand. Oh, an eighth of a bowl wide there, I think.
Could so easily have just feathered off that bowl for shot, but it's still Rosanna Muriwai holding one.
Yeah.
Trailing 19-16 is the Martinborough player, but with a chance to, again, come down on her forehand side, draw up to her own shot bowl. Any turn on the shot bowl onto the jack would likely make another shot for Rosanna Muriwai. So this is her last bowl on this end. So let's see what she decides to do.
On the forehand side, every time I go to that camera angle, all I can see is Wilson in the background, Brett.
She's close here.
Lovely line.
She's close here. She's just
going
to
it
come
on.
up short.
Yeah, not going to be. And an opportunity here for Christine Buchanan. I suppose the negative for Christine is that she has 3 bowls that are shy of the head. She doesn't have a back bowl to try and push the jack back to.
I think she'll play with weight.
I think it's still, I mean, her worst case scenario is probably from one down to one down, isn't it? So it's worthwhile having a nibble, and if it all falls the right way, we could see 2 points here. It's potentially the last last bowl of this game.
She's playing with weight. She's tight. I don't think she's going to get.
Now hoping for a bit of luck. Oh.
No, it's 1-2 Rosanna Muriwai. So that scoreline just closes up again to 17-19. So Queenstown still in front, but and Rosanna playing with the mat up. So you can see mat's probably at about 8 metres, I think, there. And so just looking to play shorter length. Jack will end up down by the 2 metre mark. So effectively we're playing a short end or a shortish end. And this time she plays on the forehand, which surprises me because she's played that backhand side so well coming here, but perhaps at this length she feels like she might get a little bit more turn on that hand.
I like the call of changing the mat. I've always enjoyed people pulling the mat up and throwing the jack to the 2 metre mark. I think it's something that we don't see a huge amount of in our game, Brett, and any of the disciplines. I quite like it from the person delivering that jack, just to change it around.
Absolutely. She'd be disappointed with her first bowl there. She's given Christine a lot of room, and Christine's taken advantage of that as she just comes around that.
And on the hand that Christine's been playing for the entire game as well, so she'll have known. As we see
Rosanna now switch
back
to backhand. Yeah, I am puzzled a little bit about that. But look, she'll be making her own decisions about what side to play. But again, short with the second bowl.
And here we see the psychology again. They're both in check-out range, but Christine's got a chance to hold the game with this bowl. She'll be desperately trying to hold that 2 shots. It doesn't matter how far away they are from the jack. If you've got 2, you're holding the win. And she's done that there. So holding the game now, and all the pressure in the world are on the shoulders of the Martinborough representative.
Yeah, Rosanna will need a good one here. Just a quick look at the men's scores. Kelvin Scott now leading Darren Gooden 19-7, 12-7 to Hamish Carpe and Daryl Reid over Gary Lawson and Stephen Bitfit, and 9-6 to Lance Pascoe over Adam Collins. That's a great reply from Rosanna Muriwai.
Great shot there.
Second shot. So, but Christine Buchanan with 2 more bowls to go.
I think the way she played it was with quite a lot of control too, Brett. It didn't show any signs of panic. You know, she just played a nice draw shot, a good correct shot on her first 2. And Christine hoping for a good wriggle here, not getting one.
Not enough weight. That surprised me. You know, perhaps she was in 2 minds what to play. But definitely 1 to Christine Buchanan in the race to 21. But she'll need another one if she's going to check out on this end. In the pairs, it looks like Queenstown are holding here. I think just 1 to Queenstown. They're trailing Martinborough 12 shots to 5. and getting towards the sharp end of that game. So Queenstown will really need to score on this end of that pairs game. Rosanna Muriwai now on her backhand again.
Watching this bowl very intently, Rosanna. How's her weight? Willing it to pull up. Okay, this is our first real opportunity, Brett. The first real opportunity that Christine has had to close this game out. It's a shot that she'd back herself to play more often than not, I would say.
Yes, I would agree, Alex. I think Christine's been in this situation many times in her career. Very good singles player. So let's see what she does with this last bowl. Does she check out and win this game? She's played on a tighter line. Obviously, she's got her bowls to play to. She's on a pretty good track here.
Here we go.
She's on a pretty good track here. Well, you heard the marker Trish Group maybe. She set the shot bowl, but her bowl sat back. And so having a good look.
I think my instinct would be to say it's two. My instinct would be to say it's two there, Brett. But I've been wrong a number of times, so we'll just wait and see. Two.
Yes, it is two. So Rosanna Muriwai concedes two on that end. And it is the Queenstown player, Christine Buchanan, who continues her run of good form today by exactly the same margin as her first game, 21-17, this time against Rosanna Muriwai. In the first round, it was 21-17 against Mandy Boyd. And that's that Queenstown team again just showing their tenaciousness and cool under pressure.
Absolutely. And what we're going to do now, Brett, we're going to shortly move to this pairs game that you see in your thumbnail. But first, sit back, relax, and enjoy an ad for Sunset Retirement Villages.
Today we're making new friends. We're building a community, and we're still doing all the things we love. We're getting the most out of every day. One day we'll rest, but not today.
And we're back now as we now join this pairs game between Martinborough and Queenstown. We just watched Christine Buchanan of Queenstown win her singles game, and at the moment it's going in the opposite direction for this pairs match.
Yeah, it's a little surprising here. Margaret O'Connor, a very decorated bowler, skipping this Queenstown pair. She's a former New Zealand champion of champion singles winner, former runner-up in the New Zealand fours, and certainly been a top player for many years. Playing against Marianne Wilson, the mother of New Zealand player Nicole Toomey, and Marianne is leading for Micaiah Campbell. Leading for Margaret O'Connor is Andrea Dowman. She's playing with the blue bowls, and so you can see that Andrea's currently got the shot, and just as we
great bowls there.
Yeah, she draws a second shot there, so Margaret will be very happy with that. Queenstown Bowling Club, of course, in one of the most picturesque settings in New Zealand, in the Queenstown Public Gardens. Just on that little peninsula. Here's a great bowl from Marianne Wilson.
What a shot!
Well, you can see where Nicole Toomey gets her fine judgment from. That was a great bowl from Marianne Wilson to get the shot. And it is the Martinborough pair who are leading 12-5. They had a very titanic battle this morning against Takapuna's Robin Walker and Adele Ineson. They led for much of that game, but were just run down in the end on the last end and lost that game by one. So they've been in pretty good form, and they've obviously carried that through to this game against Margaret O'Connor. O'Connor on her backhand, just looking to she'll be looking to push up towards the jack.
I think Margaret playing with different bowls to the last ones I saw her play with, Brett. Though I didn't see her play at the National Intercentre, so it may be a seasonal change. I'm sure she used to have pink bowls, some pink Optimus.
I think that's right. I don't think she was in that Central Otago team actually at the Intercentre.
That would be why I didn't see her there.
That could have been Alex. I think one of the first times she hasn't been in that side, ironically, having been such a stalwart of Central Otago for so long. And here we can see Micaiah Campbell from Martinborough coming down on her forehand side and just missing that shot bowl, but that's probably third shot for Martinborough. They've got the shot. They've got a very handy lead at 12-8, but playing this 15 of 18 ends.
Margaret will be disappointed with that bowl, Brett.
Yep, that's most unlike her to miss her line with two bowls. So Micaiah Campbell, her second bowl on this 15th of 18 ends. It's gone out a little wider now. Yeah, should be disappointed with that.
I think what we are seeing, and you can see it on this rink as well, the line that the bowls have taken, it almost accentuates what happens when you miss your line, doesn't it? Because not only if you miss your line do you get punished, but you also entirely unplayed territory, which can make your bowl do some unusual things. As we see Margaret here on the probe, she'll have been envisaging maybe more weight than what she's played it with.
Yeah, she had a good opportunity there just to try and sit that shot bowl, but it's one at the moment to Marianne Wilson from the Martinborough team, the lead, and what can her skip Micaiah Campbell do with her last bowl?
I suppose the question for this pairs team, provided they score on this end, which it's looking like they will, they'll be, what, 13-8 up with a few ends to go. That's a comfortable position, so eyes will go to that fours match that's going on to the left of us to see which way this match is swinging between Queenstown and Martinborough.
Absolutely. It's going to be tight. And over in the men's competition, you can see the scoreboard there, Munyarua Cosmopolitan playing Birkenhead in the second round. David Clark leads Tony Grantham 18-17, nothing in that from two very, very decorated singles players. 10-5 to Shane Drabble over Damon Pearson in the pairs. And 12-3 now to Bryn Morgan. They've kicked out to a nice lead, leading the Nigel Drew skipped Birkenhead team after 7 ends. So again, a few people would have seen Birkenhead as one of the stronger entrants in this competition, playing on effectively their home centre greens, but it's a pretty strong competition in this men's event, as we've seen in the women's event with some really topsy-turvy results.
It'll certainly be interesting at the end of the day after 3 rounds. That's when you have to let go with a little bit of wobble there. After the end of 3 rounds, you sort of get a feel for how the competition is sitting with 2 rounds to go, Brett, by the end of tonight.
Absolutely, and I think we describe these greens probably as holding. You know, they're sweating a little bit with the humidity and just the amount of rain that we've had in the last few days. So not seeing the bowls quite get the same finish. So typically, as we know, you tend to see a few more short bowls when that's happening. But it's not bothering Marianne Wilson. She's played very steadily right throughout this pairs game.
Yeah, certainly. When we've had a look at the thumbnail that was in the top right of our screen for that entire singles one, those orange bowls seem to be clustered around the jack more often than not.
Yeah, I think she's really laid a pretty good foundation for her skip, Micaiah Campbell. And again, I think it's Marianne holding here, and yeah, you can see Micaiah Campbell saying, look, just see if you can come past and just match that blue bowl. This stage of the game, one shot's good shooting, with only this and I think 1 or 2 ends to go. And Marianne's played another good bowl, not where her skip wanted her to, but it's definitely another shot.
Yeah, sometimes you go, okay, it's not where I pointed, but at least you've been effective. You play your own shot.
Margaret O'Connor signals 2 down to her partner Andrea Dowman, and Andrea coming down on a tighter line here. Now, is she going to get her own bowl, or is she going to get Marianne Wilson?
Willing it to turn.
She gets her own bowl, but probably not enough quite for shot. So we'll the skips seem fairly nonplussed about that. Umpire Trish Crute says it's 2 to Martinborough. So Martinborough are the blue team. when those lollipops are used by the umpire.
And Queenstown winning, sorry to interrupt, Brett, Queenstown winning the fours that you can see to our right, 10-7 after 10 ends. So at the moment, the ledger slightly in favour of the Queenstown club. The match, of course, made up between a singles, a pairs and a fours, and we saw the singles go to Christine Buchanan.
Now let's see what Micaiah Campbell can do here with her first bowl. She's got everything to play to there, really. Won't want to be narrow.
Yeah,
won't want to get onto that blue bowl of the Queenstown pair. And sure enough, she's gone a little wide. And short. She'll be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, she would have been looking to miss. You think, oh, they're slightly wide, but certainly to her that wide. I would be surprised if that was the plan.
Yep, I agree. Agree with that entirely. Margaret O'Connor, not expecting she'll be short here. I'm expecting she'll be playing with a little bit of weight, looking for a contact on those short bowls or on the jack.
How's the weight here?
And there you see that Maniatoto line. It just pulls away. Didn't really have the weight for a decent contact. So back to Micaiah Campbell now. From the Martinborough club, and again she's on her forehand side, coming down, looking to try and get to that back blue bowl. She's still not going to have the weight to reach that head.
Made a correction, so she'll feel okay about her third bowl.
Definitely better line, but still Margaret O'Connor with a chance to trail that jack, but she's moved over onto the forehand side, and she's wide here. She's obviously looking for a contact on those bowls on the forehand side, but she's played wide.
It is interesting you mentioned that Queenstown play in that area, Central Otago, some of the faster greens in New Zealand, and certainly I think the way that we've seen some of the bowls miss over this game from the Queenstown team, probably indicative of almost expecting a really quick green line.
I agree, and they will have seen a bit of these greens with some of the players when they were here for the Intermission. Here's a good bowl from Micaiah.
Oh, great effort.
Still didn't reach, and that'll disappoint her, because really they needed a bowl behind. But let's see what Margaret O'Connor can do with her last bowl. She's on a tighter line. Will it hold? Does she have the weight for it to hold up?
Now hoping for a bit of luck off the narrow inside out.
No,
not to be.
So that's looking like 2 to the Martinborough team, and that is likely to pretty much wrap that game up now, I think, for the Martinborough side. I think that they've got 2 ends to go, so it's still mathematically possible.
Yes,
for Queenstown, but they're going to have to string together a really good end here.
Yeah, you would think that the Pearce team will probably, realistically, you look at the fours, don't you? You look at the fours and go, well, we'll try and score the next 2 ends in case it comes to a desperation count back.
Yep.
But we're not likely to win this. So try to score the end. So instead of playing shots of 4s and 5s, I think we'll see Margaret look for 1s and 2s and just try and tick the ledger over, and you put all your eggs in the basket of the 4s that's next to you.
I think you're right, Alex. Marianne Wilson played very steady in this game, and again she's got getting an early clap from her skip, and there she is. Beautiful bowl from Marianne. It's a front toucher.
Yeah, I think pretty indicative of how she's gone this entire game.
She's played very well. So this second last end, so Queenstown trailing 7 shots, of course only 6 bowls per player, so and their first bowl's in the ditch, so that doesn't set them up well at this stage to get a number, but and they'll play this game out because in case differential matters when we get down to the sharp end tomorrow, they'll want to make sure that they get as many shots as they can in those games. Marianne Wilson again. Pretty good line, a little bit wider than her first, but again, very good weight. And that's 2 good shots for to the Martinborough lead.
Yeah.
On the 17th of the 18 ends.
Good stuff here. So it is, as we said, looking extremely likely that this match will be decided by the fours game that goes on to our left. And of course, as we do near the end of this pairs game, and for the viewers' information, and this bowl here, just quickly, great second shot. This link that you're watching this on is the only link you're going to need for the entire day, for all of day one. So it's just like a TV channel. When this game is finished, we'll sign off, and you've got an opportunity to go get a cup of coffee and a biscuit or something while you wait roughly an hour, sort of 3:15, 3:30 is our estimated time to return with the third round of day one of this National Interclub. And at that point, we'll be able to review for you what's happened in this round and see where the leaderboard stands.
So in the men's competition, New Zealand singles champion Kelvin Scott scores his first win of the competition. Having lost to Tony Grantham this morning, he's beaten Darren Gooden from Paratutu in Taranaki by 21 shots to 7. In the pairs, it's the young guns, Hamish Karpe and Daryl Reid, leading the vastly experienced Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditfit 12-7. And in the fours, the Lance Pascoe skip 4 have got their nose in front 9-7 after 9 ends there against the Adam Collins skipped Paratutu team. So, yeah, so a pretty convincing win there in the end from Kelvin Scott once those afterburners.
Yeah, showing us, absolute. So hard to beat when he gets on, isn't he?
Yeah, relentlessly consistent player. And I'm expecting he'll be pretty hard to beat in those World Championship of Champions singles next week.
Yeah,
at
certainly.
Nine.
I think both of our New Zealand representatives have a really good chance here, or there at Nine, and it won't be through a lack of trying or support in a home competition for those two, and looking forward to bringing some coverage from that to the public as well.
I agree. So it's 1-2 Martinborough. That's Marianne Wilson's Orange Bowl, which we saw was her first bowl, a front toucher. Margaret O'Connor now looking to come down and just try and disturb the bowl and the jack.
Oh.
She very unlucky there.
Sometimes you feel like that's just the way your game's going, isn't it? We saw, I think on the previous end, Margaret's lead could easily have got a much better result, but the bowl sort of stood up instead of sitting down, and we can see Margaret missed by a little bit there.
Now, Alex, I'm noticing that Micaiah Campbell is calling Marianne Wilson, so I think we may have solved our mystery as to who had the
Wilson.
The Wilson, yeah, it's the only way of describing it, on their bowling bag, which we spotted earlier in behind the Rosanna Muriwai, Christine Buchanan singles game.
Hopefully we get another chance to spot the Wilson over the weekend, but I agree with you, Brett. I think it's potentially her Wilson.
Good bowl there from Micaiah Campbell, just looking to try and match that back bowl of Margaret O'Connor's. You know, at this stage, Martinborough don't need to panic. They're holding shot, they're leading by 7 shots. So just need to make sure they're consolidating these ends and not looking like that there's anywhere where they can drop a number. Margaret O'Connor misses her line there, just looking to come up and try and turn one of her bowls up or get some contact on that shot bowl. So what's Marianne Wilson going to advise this time? Looks like a change of hand again for Micaiah Campbell. She'll come down on her forehand and again just try and match this purple or purpley lavender bowl of Margaret O'Connor's, which is just sitting behind the jack. I'm not sure she's got the weight for it. That says it all.
Track was awesome, she says.
Track was awesome. Weight not quite matching that same standard.
Looking for an attempt at a cannon through the front bowl at 12 o'clock onto the orange the jack will move.
Margaret O'Connor starting to brighten now towards the head. She gets a contact but it's still 1 to the Martinborough team. That first bowl of Marianne Wilson. So that.
Speaking of Wilson, Colin, the camera operator, has very kindly put Wilson in the picture-in-picture for us, Brett.
Look, thank you, Colin. Diligent as always.
What more could you ask for?
So the situation in this pairs game is Martinborough now cannot lose the game. They lead 16-8. But I think they'll have to play this last end anyway.
Yes.
Just because of the importance of shot differential if a countback was to happen. So
you have to play it. You have to play it out as the man.
So yeah, Margaret O'Connor saying we've got one more.
Yeah, Margaret's the manager, isn't she, of the team? So she'll understand the conditions of play and that you need to play it out in its entirety.
Definitely not her first rodeo. And you can see Trish Croot, the marker and umpire, just confirming that with the players. Somewhat unusual because normally if you have no possibility of winning the game, you would stop. But in this situation, because of the potential for a shots count back at some point in the competition, that's.
And did I read that's now been added to the laws, Brett, for post-sectional games where there has to be a winner if it's mathematically impossible it now, or it will stop whenever that comes into force in New Zealand?
I didn't know that, Alex. So that's.
Well, I think that I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No, well, I'm sure you will be. You'll be a lot more diligent about that. So there we can see Wilson, and sitting atop of what looks like a New Zealand bag. I don't know whether that's a souvenir from the Commonwealth Games, quite possibly, with a Kiwi on the run there down the bottom, and we can see Wilson and the proud tradition of the Tom Hanks.
It's fantastic
movie.
Yeah, great film.
Which looks like is the mascot for this Martinborough team, and doing a pretty good job. Now back to the men's event, and we can see a big turnaround. Tony Grantham, Tenacious Tony as I like to call him, has got up and won that game 21-20, so maintaining his unbeaten record today. Not such good news in the pairs and the fours for Birkenhead. With pretty convincing leads now to Shane Drabble over Damon Pearson in the pairs 18-6, and Bryn Morgan over Nigel Drew in the fours. So looking like Birkenhead will once again get one win, as they did in the first round in their game against Elmwood Park, and Manurewa maintaining some nice consistent form there. They've been a very strong club in recent years. They were participants in the Bowls 3-5, getting through to the Bowls 3-5 national finals through the qualifying, and then getting onto the televised event. David Clark, probably the talisman of that club. Yeah, very much a man for all seasons, and now great to see in that intergenerational tradition of bowls. His son Logan Clark playing in the Manurewa 4. He's playing third in that, and Logan's not someone who's been playing the game for a long time, but has enormous potential.
Absolutely.
And so nice to see him playing in this competition. David and I started playing bowls at about the same time, and both worked together at Telecom for quite a period of time. He's a top guy, and great to see his son now getting to play with his dad at the highest level in New Zealand bowls competition in this Somerset National Interclub event.
Very similar deliveries they have too, Brett, and I believe that Logan was started off on Classic 2s for his first season.
Yep, I'm sure David would have been keen to teach him how to take green. David, a very good technician, very nice, smooth delivery, always been a very, very steady draw player. Originally in the Auckland Centre, and in recent years moved down to Counties Manukau, and played in that centre. Micaiah Campbell now on her backhand. Looks like Marianne Wilson has again left her in good shape with a couple of shots on the head there, and Micaiah quite rightly getting around the back, just making sure she got a good cover bowl there. As Margaret O'Connor lines up to play her first bowl in this last end.
So on the backhand, not looking chuffed with that one, as we see it just swoop away from the head. And
Good.
Wilson's bowls again, those 3 oranges just scattered pretty close to the jack. Good leading.
Yeah, she's played very well, I think, throughout this game. Laid a great foundation for her skip. And Micaiah Campbell has contributed where she's needed to, drawn some good shots.
Willing this bowl to turn.
Yeah, looking like a good line here.
Now willing it to run.
Just pulling up there. So Margaret O'Connor just repeating, Queenstown cannot win this game. So Martinborough have won this game, but just playing now to try and for differential, basically. So good bowl there from Margaret O'Connor. She turns over one of Marianne Wilson's shot bowls, but it still looks like 2 to the Martinborough combination, as we see Micaiah Campbell playing her last bowl of this game, assuming, of course, that the end is not killed.
Yep, that's right. And of course, after this game, we will sign off. So my last update on the fours before we ask people to come back and have a nosy. It's 11-9 after 11 to Queenstown in that fours game. And of course, when we come back for round 3, we'll have full updates of this entire round 2 match. So we'll be able to let you know who won that. But the hopes of both teams on that fours, and it's anyone's game.
Margaret O'Connor with the last bowl of this game. Can she get the shot and just reduce that differential? No, I think again she's just missed her line and just finishes underneath the head. Beautiful bit of weight. Andrea Dowman, her lead, will now have a look, and it's definitely 1 to Martinborough to Marianne Wilson's bowl. And now they'll measure for the second shot. So it's either going to be 17-8 to Martinborough or 18-8 to Martinborough. It looks like it's 2 to Martinborough, so that'll be an 18-8 victory for them. Be very pleased with that. Back in the Elmwood Park Para 2-2 men's game, we confirmed earlier Kelvin Scott had won that singles. Pretty tight still in the other 2 games, 14-9. Hamish Carpe and Daryl Reader leading Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditford, but you'd never count Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditford out. Vast experienced pair. In the Alexandra Hastings game, it's Dean Drummond with his nose ahead 16-14 against Sean Scott. 19-10, it's all over in the pairs. Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas have beaten Murray Glassy and Neil Barron. And in the fours, with just 1 end to go, it's Alexandra leading 14-9 there. The Alexandra 4 skipped by Martin Geary up against pretty tidy Dwayne Cameron skipped Hastings team. Here we are in the women's Elmwood Park game. So Lisa White has completed her route of
this is staggering.
Mandy Boyd 21-10. If that's a route, I'm not sure what a 28-2 scoreline is in the pairs, but that's an amazing result. Wendy Mackey and Wendy's lead, Kenny Critchlow, very promising, exciting player from Wellington. Again, an intergenerational player. Her father, Steve Critchlow, has been playing bowls for a long time and one of New Zealand's leading geospatial engineers.
Oh, there you go.
Owns a very prominent geospatial business in that industry. So they are 28-2. So they're a winner against Bev Morell and Angela Boyd, and that scoreline is incredible. And a tight finish in prospect in the fours with the Jan Shirley skipped team just currently holding a narrow margin, 13-11, as you can see, over the Lillian Renata team. Tight in the Takapuna Thames Coast game. Selena Goddard's completed her second win. and 21-13 over Val Matthews in the pairs, all locked up at 16 all after 15 ends between Robin Walker and Val Finlay. And in the fours, Takapuna look set to take that one out. That's Lisa Dixon leading K-Bun by 19 shots to 5. So Takapuna looking on track to continue to be in first or second place in that women's competition, with obviously a tight finish and prospect in that pairs game. And I'll have a keen interest on that on that result.
Fair enough too. So I suppose with that, yep. So we'll watch some highlights from the singles game, Brett, in closing, and then we'll sign off. So we'll be back at about 3:30-ish, depending on how long, what would you call it, a late lunch goes for the players. So stay tuned as we check out some highlights from the singles game. And what a great start it was, Brett. This was right on the second end of the game when we saw Christine Buchanan put 2 bowls in there, and there's music, so I'll stop talking and we'll just watch the highlights as we tune out.
And remembering it's Christine Buchanan with the white rings on her pink bowls. Rosanna Muriwai just with the speckly pink bowls in there. That was a very decisive bowl early from Christine Buchanan.
Yeah, some great shots from both players. I suppose the big difference in this game was the 4 that Christine Buchanan was able to score on, I don't know, about 2/3 of the way through. She pulled the jack out to the side, and Rosanna got bogged on unplayed grass and fell short, and that was sort of what made the change there. And with that, Brett, we shall sign off for now and join us again at 3:30 for round 3.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the 2022 National Interclub Sevens Finals. I'm Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary again for this round 3 match by Brett O'Reilly. How are you feeling about it all, Brett?
Kia ora, Alex. Yeah, look, a fascinating afternoon in prospect. We've seen some great bowls already today in this National Interclub Sevens playoff, and this afternoon's singles game between Tony Grantham and Sean Scott should be a cracker. Both former New Zealand singles champions, both New Zealand players. Tony a current one, Sean a former one, and that's bound to be a good game. And we've seen some pretty surprising results, I have to say, after the first 2 rounds.
Yes, we have, as we will see those come up on the screen shortly. We can talk you through them. So here's the men's leaderboard. Who are the movers and shakers here, Brett?
Well, I think Manurua Cosmopolitan Club obviously leading, and you know that's not a 7-person team that people would know a lot about. Obviously, David Clark, who's played singles for them, is a bit of a legend in the game, but and Shane Drabble, who's skipping the pairs, has been around a while, but certainly not credentialed like some of the other teams. Namely Elmwood Park, stacked full of New Zealand players: Gary Lawson, Lance Pascoe, Kelvin Scott, the current New Zealand singles champion. They're in second spot, and they look like they're going to be pretty hard to beat in this competition, but who knows? Paratutu from the Taranaki Centre, they're doing well, but probably the big surprise for me as a local Bowls North Harbour person is the Birkenhead Stingers, sitting in 6th place there. Certainly expected them to go better on this Browns Bay track that they'd be pretty accustomed to. But it's probably a testament to the quality of the competition. Their singles player, Tony Grantham, has won both of his games. And so we'll see him in action shortly. On the women's side, better news for the home Bowls North Harbour Centre. And I have to say my home club, Takapuna, and my wife skipping...
It's good to declare a bit of bias, if you excuse the pun.
And my wife, Robin Walker, is skipping the pairs for them. So they've been unbeaten so far. 6 wins from 6, which is a good start for them, but still very early in this competition, but closely followed by Nainai, who have been in great form. And the big surprise for us in the women's competition is to see Elmwood Park in 4th. I mean, Mandy Boyd, Angela Boyd, Bev Morrell, Jan Shirley, any team that's packed with that sort of talent, you'd expect to be going better. Mandy's lost her 2 singles games to date. The team to watch for me is Queenstown. They're playing Takapuna this round. Queenstown team stacked with players that were part of that successful Central Otago Intercentre team that won the National Intercentre on these very Browns Bay greens just a few weeks ago. And so, they're sitting in the trail in 3rd, and they're playing Takapuna in this round. So that'll be pretty interesting to see how that plays out. But excellent conditions here at Browns Bay. We've had a lot of rain during the week, but Brendan Kelly and the green staff have done a great job of getting these greens into good order. Not running as quick as we'd normally expect them to be, but perfectly understandable given the rain. And they'll be drying out a little bit with a bit of breeze around. And here we are joining this the singles game between Sean Scott in the white with the aqua strip. Sean's the singles player for Alexandra. And Tony Grantham, part of that Birkenhead Stingers team. Tony's had a couple of good wins today, close games, 21-17 against Kelvin Scott in a replay of his national singles final against Kelvin, this time Tony prevailing. He and Sean Scott, Sean universally known as Scud, and part of that bowling dynasty that is the Scott family from Central Otago. I think at last count, 7 members of that family have played bowls for New Zealand.
That's pretty impressive, Brett.
That is pretty impressive across three generations, including Sean. And so, so he'll be looking to give his Alexandra team a good start in these singles. Often in these interclub events, the singles game is important because it really sets the tone the game, the 21 shot game tends to finish earlier than the pairs and the fours, and so if your singles players are going well, it tends to give the players a bit of encouragement.
Absolutely, and as you can see, Brett, the teams are all next to each other in ranks. So you have 3 ranks in a row of the same team playing the same team. So it is very much about the momentum that you can get.
Absolutely, and if you listen to, if viewers listen to the ground, to the effects microphone, you'll often hear players from the other teams, yelling out encouragement and to their singles player. Sean Scott playing with the blue bowls, and this will be a high quality game of singles. Tony Grantham. No stranger to anyone who watches our coverage on a regular basis, and the lead for New Zealand at the recent Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and a long-standing member of the New Zealand side. So 2 very good players, vastly experienced at this level.
Yeah, they both have literal decades, don't they, behind them of absolute top-level bowls.
They do. Those keen-eyed viewers who watched the previous game of singles on this rink will know that it's a little tricky, and you saw then if you get a little wide, the bowls just don't come back, particularly on the left-hand side of the screen as you're looking towards it. And in addition to our singles game, you can, in the inset up on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that we've got the pairs game between Birkenhead and Alexandra underway. Damon Pearson and Evan Thomas are the pairs combination for Birkenhead, and they are playing Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas from the Alexandra club. Alexandra, of course, to be the host club, the headquarters for the forthcoming Somerset National Fours and National Mixed Pairs, which will be played in February, March next year in Central Otago, and I know a lot of bowlers from New Zealand are looking forward to getting down to that magnificent part of New Zealand. Great greens, great people to be part of that Nationals.
Yeah, very exciting for sure to have the Nationals back there, and hopefully with the opportunity to have a few more people in to watch on the finals day, Brett, than the last time around.
Yes, it was. We were fortunate enough to make the semi-finals of the fours last time it was played down there. The first time a Nationals being played in Central, and it was quite bizarre to have all the spectators because of COVID standing outside the fence.
There was one particular man had a ute and a lazy boy, and I applaud. I think that is the epitome of Kiwi ingenuity there. He looked more comfortable than anyone on the grounds.
Yep, it was certainly there was a few sights to be seen in terms of vantage points and people that were managed to watch it. So let's keep our fingers crossed that isn't the case. Both players just, I think, finding their feet on this green. I suspect it's probably a little bit slower than the other green they've been playing on. So one shot there to Tony Grantham.
See, our marker's got the umpire's badge on as well.
Yes, Rob Van Ryn is our marker today. All of the markers in this competition, I believe, are North Harbour umpires, and a great legacy of high quality officials in North Harbour. Much of that down to the great work done by Bowls New Zealand Life member Jean Ashby, who has been one of New Zealand's best umpires for a long time, and there's a great group of umpires that do a wonderful job officiating for the game. Jenny Daniels is our umpire, I think, for this green this afternoon, and we may see Jenny in action later on. Good opening bowl from Tony Grantham.
Great shot. You may recall, Brett, that Bowls New Zealand councillors used to have the blue blazers.
The blue coats, as we used to call
blue
them,
coats, yeah.
Alex.
I think we broke the news to Jean last year that we had reutilised. We found when we moved from our offices from where we were Penrose to Ponsonby, we found a few, what do you call, like, not sheets, but lots of the fabric that used to be turned into the blazers. And our commercial manager, Erin's quite a dab hand at all that sort of stuff, so she sort of reutilised them, and they became our Christmas decorations. Cut up and strung along the top, and good. They did look good. So I think someone let Jean Ashby know that that's what happened to the blaze material, and she took it very well.
Well, in the days prior to amalgamation, which happened from memory in the late 1990s, early 2000s. The women councillors of the New Zealand Women's Bowling Association wore cream blazers, and they were universally known as the powder puffs by, in an affectionate way, I think, by the women bowlers. And so I'm not sure what happened to that fabric.
Well, they certainly haven't been used as our Christmas decorations yet, those ones.
So Tony Grantham having a little run at this bowl, just playing down with weight.
Beautiful weight control there from Tony.
Yeah.
It's a feature of his game, isn't it? He doesn't really wind up much more than that. He's always controlled. His collision bowls always, or often, staying on the head after it's hit something.
Yeah, look, he's a remarkably consistent player, Tony. He's one of those people, I've known him for a long time, and I've played against him a lot, and I think he's got better and better as his career has moved on. You know, really has made his name in international play as a lead, as a front-end player, but actually very capable singles player, very good skip, and just very consistent. You know, tends to not play a lot of bad bowls, and as you say, just plays with good controlled weight. So, you know, that he's playing the percentages a lot of the time, and I think that's one of the reasons he's been so successful at national level. Draws another shot there, so that's 2 to Tony, and Sean will be looking to try and see if he can get around that short bowl of his to reduce the count.
Tony's one of those players that if he puts his first bowl close, it's rare that his next 3 aren't essentially the same as his first one. He's very capable of stacking up. That's why he's such a dangerous singles player, because you can blink and he's put 4 bowls within a foot.
Sure is. You know, he's a class act, and you know, no better indicated than in the Nationals last year, where he was runner-up in the singles to Kelvin Scott, and he and Gary Lawson were runner-up in the pairs to Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin. And Tony's been a regular performer at national level. He's skipped a New Zealand pairs to a New Zealand pairs title. Skipped Mike Nagy to win a New Zealand pairs. He's won in New Zealand singles and fools as well. We have the Somerset Nationals in Auckland again this year, in North Harbour and Auckland.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they've selected headquarters yet, but I know Browns Bay will be definitely one of the candidates.
For sure, I would say they'd be a favourite
for that. And my understanding is Tony is again playing in the singles, and he and Gary Lawson will be teaming up in the pairs again, and I'm sure they'll be one of the favoured teams in that competition.
Yeah.
So
there'll be some mighty battles at that Somerset Nationals. Mike Galloway, of course, won the singles last time it was up in this neck of the woods, although it was on the other side of the bridge. He'll be having another go at it, and I think we've, talking to Colin, had pretty encouraging entries so far, looking like we're going to match the previous entry levels for years we've had it in Auckland.
that's great. So that was actually 4 to Tony Grantham. We couldn't see the bowls behind the head. Just couldn't quite capture them in our camera view. So when they put the measure around, those 2 back bowls slightly behind the head were closer than the 2 short bowls of Sean Scott's. So Tony Grantham off to a nice handy 5-1 lead for the Birkenhead Stingers in this first to 21 shots game. Round 3, National Intercenter Sevens, and National Interclub Sevens, I'm sorry, here at Browns Bay. And again, a good opening bowl from Tony. I know viewers will expect the bowls to be a bit closer than that, but I will emphasise the point, we've had a lot of rain in Auckland over the last few days, and this green is sweating a little bit. So I think I'm not saying that we won't get some close hits, but you can see that sometimes the bowls are taking a slightly irregular path.
Yeah, I think it'll be easy to be a little bit inconsistent here, Brett. If you change your line by a foot, we may see the bowl taken sort of off track a little bit. These
Indeed.
players, they won't be missing their line by more than 2 or 3 feet, but we will see bowls, as you say, a little bit more scattered perhaps as they go into maybe a little bit of the green that hasn't been played on as much.
And I think you can see here, you know, immediately when Sean drops the bowl short, Tony's changing his hand because he recognises the bowls aren't turning a lot, and he doesn't want to risk turning that bowl up. so immediately swapped over and played on his backhand. Slightly heavy, but that's in a good space, and I imagine he'll be down on the backhand again, just looking to draw a shot. He'll have enough weight, I imagine, to see if he can drag the jack. Just drift a little bit wide this time on that side. The wind is coming from left to right as we look at the screen, and it's really coming out of that left corner. So where you can see that white fence, there's a gate there, and typically on this rink you get the breeze coming through that gate, which is not solid, as you know, and of course across the top of the fence, and that can just make it a little tricky on this rink.
Lovely shot here from Sean Scott, drawing a nice 2,
Yep.
holding 2 shots, and it'll be interesting to see. We'll get an insight into how Tony's feeling based on this bowl. It's his last. He's got some position at the back, opting just for that nice dead draw.
Great bowl from the scud to get the shot there. I mean, he'll be pleased with that. He's had an indifferent start to this game, and Tony's close here.
Yeah, for me, I think the fact that Tony opted for a draw tells us he's feeling pretty good. He knows he can draw within a foot or two. I think if he was feeling less confident, we would have seen him go bowl or jack then.
I think that's right. So it's 1 shot to Sean Scott. Yeah, Tony knows his greens pretty well. He'll be used to playing with those. Apologies for the back of marker Rob Van Ryn there. Obviously not used to marking on our television rink, and we'll see if we can get him to move future ends.
I think we should. I've said it before, I think an automatic cattle prod on the tripod would be the way to go.
Absolutely. So and just that's 1 to Sean Scott in the pairs game. They're playing their second end, I think, or maybe their third. It's Evan Thomas just delivering his bowl there, who's the lead in that Birkenhead Stingers team. He's up against Lindsay Thomas off the front in that pairs game. Lindsay playing with the white and blue bowls. So if you're even playing with the light blue or 1 colour bowl, so if you're looking over at that game, you'll see you'll see those bowls. Trevor Drake playing with the grey and white bowls, and Damon Pearson with the all white bowls.
And Damon, quite a mercurial player. Brett, it makes an exciting game when he's got his tail up and in form.
Absolutely, he's been one of the better performing, new breed of or new younger echelon of players in Bowls North Harbour over the last few years. Birkenhead have had some great results. We've got a very strong men's section there. Rather surprisingly beaten by Orewa in the final of the Bowls North Harbour pennants last week. But generally they're pretty hard to head off in these the competition. They've got a lot of depth, and Damon has tended to be their pairs skip, and has also fulfilled that position in the North Harbour inter-centre team.
Lovely bowl there by Sean Scott on his foyer, making a really good correction, just adding 2 or 3 feet, keeping his line exactly the same.
Yep, Sean getting into his work now. You'd expect this to be a pretty close game, given how experienced these two are. Tony missing his line there unusually, so it's 2 to Sean Scott. Sean just taking his time there.
Oh, there's that camera angle again on the picture-in-picture. Brett, that nice sort of drop down that we have of the ditch. Well done, Colin.
Well done, Colin. And that looks like that jack's been moved towards the ditch, and that looks like a couple of shots there to the Alexandra team.
Oh,
1 in, 1 out, as we like to say. So that looks like 2 to Alexandra in the pairs, and
yeah.
Sean Scott's just drawn a 3rd shot there.
Surely some weight on the forehand here, Brett. Tony's got a back bowl. If he can just pick that gap, doesn't need to go to a million miles an hour, and he hasn't. Willing it to hold, needs it to hold its line square onto that one.
Bowl. Yes, he gets one of them, so that's a good reduction. Nice controlled weight shot.
Yeah, and the good thing is that bowl he's hit has gone out of bounds as well, so the percentages are still good to knock the jack back to his position.
Yes, 2 to the scud there with that toucher right on top of the jack.
Oh no, we've just seen in the picture-in-picture, not 1 in, 1 out, but both out.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
That would
what
be
was going on there, but yeah.
a calamity, a nightmare situation for whoever played that bowl.
Yeah, I think that was Trevor Drake, and here's Damon Pearson coming down with his last bowl. Looks like it was just going to slide.
Close, Tony.
Oh,
Got
yes,
it.
great bowl. So Jack and Bowl look like they've gone out of the ditch. Rob Van Ryn having a bit of a look as the marker.
And what Tony didn't do was waste any green there. He sort of hit that on the finest inside edge, and they're just going to have a look here.
Yeah, Jack may have stayed in. John Highmarch, the
Everyone having a look.
Birkenhead manager, having a bit of a look, along with a couple of other spectators. Oh yes, it's obviously very close to that marker peg.
We may see a mirror. Okay.
I think the Jack is definitely in, and decided they're going to have a measure. So you can see Sean Scott's toucher, which was the bowl on the Jack, just there inside of that white peg, so almost on the boundary of the rink. Tony's bowl there, almost on the centre line by the number 2. And they've pulled out the string measure.
It can be quite deceiving when there's a bowl on the ditch, can't it, Brett?
It can be, and it's also tricky measuring over the ditch with a measure. So
it's when your string measure comes in quite helpful.
Indeed, I think that's 1 to Sean Scott. Yes, it is, and so he'll be pleased that having made the running in most of that end, that he did manage to retain the shot, because that's certainly his most consistent end to date. And we can see over in the pairs game, it's 2-1 to Birkenhead. In that game, they're playing 18 ends, and they're now playing their 4th end. So 3 singles so far in that game.
What are your thoughts, Brett, on when a jack can get you drive a jack in the ditch, and sometimes it gets embedded in the bank, and there's a rule that if it goes too far underneath, it becomes a dead end. I've it just reminded me when I was looking at that. It happened to me at the Interclub, the qualifying rounds for this actually, the Auckland Interclub Sevens. I was playing Tony Bellog, and I played he played a run shot, and our ditches at Point Chev at that time were they could have been better. And the jack was completely obscured, and the marker called us up and we had a look, and I said, well, as far as I'm concerned, you've put the jack in the ditch and your bowl's next to it. I'm happy to play it as it is, and that's what we did. But that's not everyone's opinion.
No, and it is one of the curious things about our sport, how different the materials are that make up a bank, and also the materials that are actually in the ditch. Sometimes stone, sometimes sand, sometimes artificial turf is used, and so that can have quite a bearing on what happens when the jack goes into the ditch, and both whether it gets embedded in the bank, but also whether it stays within the rink, or sometimes can easily roll out. Two good bowls from Sean Scott here, but it looks like Tony's managed to grab the shot with his first bowl. Yeah,
we're already seeing these players tighten up, aren't we, after even just 3 or 4 ends, figuring this rink out, and I think that's what we'll see going forward, finding those lines that work for their bowls.
That's right, and I mean, you can see if you do get out a little wide on this side, there's not a lot of late finish. 2 pretty consistent bowls here from Tony. Sean, that little characteristic turning of the wrist. That's a nice, smooth, rhythmical action. But again, you can see him just getting out a little wide there, and the bowl just not coming back.
And it looks like Tony's switching to the back end now. That's because he's got those 2 bowls that sit at 7 o'clock on the screen.
And he'll be recognising that to get a line to the jack, you're going to have to get pretty on the forehand side of the rink. You'd have to get pretty close to that blue bowl. So he's got the shot. He won't want to give it away. And that was a pretty good bowl, just a little short. Sean Scott asking the marker Rob Van Ryn who has the shot. I think from where we're sitting, it looks like yes, Tony Grantham has the shot. Sean's got one of the better drivers in the game in terms of playing fast shots. We may see some of that later in the game, but yeah, certainly his driving's been a trademark of his play for a long period of time, and is a big reason why he's been a successful player. This time just playing with controlled weight, trying to sit that shot bowl, and just slightly on the high side, and managed to get the next closest bowl of Tony. So one shot to Tony Grantham. This time he swaps back to the forehand. I'm not quite sure what prompted that, but he's on a pretty good line here.
He's on the right line here, Tony. Waiting for it just to pull up that little bit. Not to be. And one there to Tony Grantham.
Next door we can see Trevor Drake on the drive, and he's killed that end, so the scores will remain tied up at 2-2 after 4 ends in that match between Birkenhead and Alexandra. They will replay the 5th end, and Lindsay Thomas delivers the jack there as the jack comes down from Tony Grantham. For a long end, literally ditch to ditch, as we like to say, 2 metre mark to 2 metre mark.
Meat pack end, we used to call them at Cape Par and Tauranga.
And Tony, having spent a lot of time practicing this year on heavier greens and playing on heavier greens at the Commonwealth Games, will be pretty comfortable with playing this sort of length.
Makes lots of sense, doesn't it? We see that just proven in that first bowl of Tony's. That's a great first bowl. It's within a couple of feet of the jack, and it's an easy one to correct from. You don't feel like you have to make a big correction to play a really good bowl.
And as you said earlier, a bit of a sign of the green having a bit of moisture in it is that you can see those lines in the green where the bowls are taking their arc.
I quite like it as a player, Brett, because everyone's different, but for me, I look about halfway up the green anyway. I look at my breaking point, so I don't mind it when it's damp because I don't have to visualise it. It's there, it's there to look at.
Yeah, it's almost like playing along a path, isn't it? And you can see here Tony's played this one pretty well. It'll start to break now, but I think his weight will be good enough to get shot.
Yeah, good shot.
And so good bowl.
Martin McKenzie, just quickly in the thumbnail to your top right, one of the men in charge of this National Interclub Sevens finals. He's been a long-time staff member at Bowls New Zealand and a man of many talents.
Yeah, does a magnificent job. Done a lot of work in the community of bowls, and been very involved in implementing a lot of the changes that we've seen in the game, led by Bowls New Zealand over the last few years. So the marker says, Rob Van Ryn says, Tony Grantham, you've got one shot. And Tony will swap over and play the backhand and just be looking to come down and try and get to his shot bowl, the bowl on the right there, just short of the jack. And here you can see he's on a pretty good line again, perhaps a little narrow, but again, very good weight.
Yeah, nicely played. A little toucher.
Yep, a little touch on the jack. I think that's probably 2 shots there. Sean Scott asking marker Rob Van Ryn, what's the position?
And looking like he's lining up on his forehand side. Both have very nice deliveries, these two players. And of course, both former national singles champions, Brett.
Yeah, both great full bowl exponents in the game. And
Sean Scott looking to pick the jack up. He must have been going for the trail based on the line and the weight there, Brett. It could have been a slice of hell if he'd been an 1/8 of a bowl wide up.
Indeed, he's still got one bowl to go here, but it's dangerous giving Tony this amount of room. Once he gets into his rhythm, Tony is pretty hard to beat, and you can see here he's close again. He'll be just looking to get past the shot bowl, maybe cover those bowls.
Well played. That's a great bowl there from Tony Grantham.
Superb bowl. So, probably counts, definitely covers the trail, and now Sean Scott's really got to pull a dead draw out here to try and save this end and prevent things from him falling further behind. Pretty close here.
He's not far away. Sean Scott needs it to turn at the right time. He's got the jack. What a bowl that was. He deserves one out of that, Brett. Well, he actually deserves more than one, but you'd be disappointed if you were one down.
He does. He played it very well, and it to get the shot. Also, it demonstrated how important that last bowl of Tony Grantham's was in covering that shot, because if his bowl hadn't been there, it would have been 3 to Sean Scott instead of 1.
Absolutely. You could see Sean and his experience trusting his line as well. I think that's the other interesting thing about that bowl. He took a nice wide enough arc, so trusting his line so that he could guts that jack square across.
Absolutely. So in the pairs, we can see Birkenhead holding 3 shots there. The 2 light blue bowls of Evan Thomas and the white bowl of Damon Pearson, and Trevor Drake playing his next bowl for the Alexandra team, playing with the grey bowls, and he's just going to slip past Damon Pearson's bowl. Evan Thomas and Damon Pearson, a very good Pearce combination. Evan's very steady off the front. In that combination, I've had a pretty good record. Not so good today, but this is a different game. And you can see Damon Pearson's drawn another shot here. So that's 4 at the moment to Birkenhead. In fact, that was the last bowl of that end. So that's 4. That's a nice score for Damon Pearson and Evan Thomas, going out to a 6-2 advantage in the pairs. And back here in the singles, Sean Scott's found his radar for the scud and holds 2 shots.
We've got some results through as well. Brett, the first lot of results from our people on the ground, giving us the live results using the magic of technology. We can see Hastings versus Elmwood Park. It's still very early days there. 3-2 to Elmwood Park in the singles, and then 1 each way in the pairs and the fours.
That'll be a good clash in the singles. Dean Drummond is playing singles for Hastings. Dean, one of the next crop of really promising players from New Zealand, has made a decision to go to Australia and get some experience there. He's playing, I think, at the Musgrave Hill club in Australia with Crystal Olive, another New Zealander who's a member of the New Zealand squad.
Oh, look at this from Tony Grantham here. He's under a lot of pressure. He's 1 down, but that was a good shot.
So Dean Drummond's playing Kelvin Scott. You can see in the game between Manurewa Cosmopolitan, David Clark leading Darren Gooden 5-3 in the singles, 3-1 to Hamish Karpe and Daryl Reid in the pairs against Shane Drabble, and in the fours it's the Paratutu combination skipped by Adam Collins. It's got off to a good start, and they lead 6-2 after 3 ends against Bryn Morgan and his Manurewa fours team.
That's quite an important game in the context of this event, with Paratutu sitting on 3 match points and the Kosi Club on 4. So if Paratutu can get over the top of them, there'll be a sort of a switch around there. They'll leapfrog.
1 more to Sean Scott here, so he just inches a little bit closer to Tony Grantham at 6 shots to 5 to Tony Grantham in the race to 21. And yeah, that game between Paratutu and Manurewa will be quite important in the context of this, given that Manurewa are currently in first place across the board. But emphasising that 6 teams in each of the men's and women's competitions, they play a full round robin, so they play 5 games, and we're about the midway point. In the women, the leaders Takapuna are playing Queenstown. This will be a pretty important game, I think, in the context of things. We see Selena Goddard leading Christine Buchanan 5-3, Margaret O'Connor leading Robin Walker 3-2 in the pairs, and Lisa Dixon leading in the fours against Jane Anderson by 4-3. So nothing in that at this stage, fairly early in those games, but a pretty critical result.
And Christine Buchanan, of course, off the back of a couple of good singles wins there, will be feeling confident as you can feel, I suppose, going into that third game of the day against Selena Goddard.
Absolutely. In the Elmwood Park Thames Coast women's game, we can see Mandy Boyd off to a better start this time. The former New Zealand champion and a New Zealand representative leading Val Matthews 9-4. In the pairs, it's Val Finlay from Thames Coast leading Bev Morrell 7-3, and in the fours game, Jan Shirley and her side have got off to a flyer, and they lead 7-0 against Kay Bunn from Thames Coast.
And really the formula for Elmwood Park is that they need to win every game they play from now and pray for a miracle, because they're sitting on 0 points, and there's 3 clubs that are on 4, and 2 of those clubs on 4 are playing each other, so one of them's going to go to 6. So going into tomorrow, the closest they can be is within 2 matches of the winners. So Elmwood Park is do or die at this stage to try and salvage their National Interclub hopes.
Absolutely. The other leading team in the women's competition is Nainai. They're half a game back from Takapuna, and they're playing Martinborough, near neighbours in this round. And Rosanna Muriwai, the Martinborough players, got off to a good start against Lisa White. Lisa White unbeaten today so far. So 7-3 to Rosanna in that game. 3 all in the pairs between Wendy Mackey and Micaiah Campbell. And in the fours, it's Lillian Renata who's got the flyer. She's out to 8-0 against Tanya Wheeler, but it is only after 4 ends, but nevertheless a pretty good start.
Absolutely, as we see back onto this singles game. Very nip and tuck at this stage, as you can see, 6-5 to Birkenhead to Tony Grantham, but Sean Scott building a good head here, probably holding 2.5, do you think, Brett?
Yeah, I think so, and this is the second time in a row coming this way. Sean sort of found his length and starting to get a bit of rhythm going. I mean, it can be quite tricky changing greens here. They're very good greens at Browns Bay, but they can be a little different. That's ugly. Tony just getting the wrong edge of his bowl and feathered that out. So it's Sean Scott now holding 3, and Sean will be contemplating, right, well, do I draw another shot here, or do I get around the back? Because last time Tony was very successful in putting that jack into the ditch.
Tony will be disappointed because he played weight so that probably wouldn't happen, and he's still chipped himself out. Looks like Sean's stacking it up and praying to his gods here, Brett.
Yeah,
hold 4.
I think he's decided probably not the best result. It's probably given Tony a little bit a bigger target to play to. But nevertheless, he's holding 4. Let's see what Tony does. I think he's tight
here. Tony Grantham.
Well, isn't that interesting? Suddenly that it's a better target than it was before. But how often we see that players miss that. Tony played that ball quite quickly, I think. Looked like he was a little bit faster in his prep than the previous bowls.
Yeah.
And so 4 to Sean Scott, and after a slow start, he's out to 9-6.
It can be the danger, because it would have felt like a bread and butter shot for Tony.
Absolutely.
You could give him that shot to play 20 times and he'd get it 16 or 17 times out of that 20. So a disappointing miss there for sure. He played it with lovely weight, but just tied out of his hand.
And 9 times out of 10, you'd expect Tony to be in that zone and to get a reduction or get the shot. Next door, we can see the pairs game in the inset, and Birkenhead, Evan Thomas and Damon Pearson off to a good start. 4 on that last 10 have got them at 6-2, playing end 6 of 18. But at this stage, it's Lindsay Thomas with those distinctive blue and white bowls on the one of them on the jack and one just behind, and probably holding a couple of shots as Evan Thomas plays his bowl towards the head, looking to just get his own bowl or drift past, and it's a pretty good bowl from Evan Thomas. Looks like he might even have the shot.
It went quite well, didn't it? Must have had nice weight. As we see Tony just sort of slightly underplay his first bowl. And Sean here, I was going to say he'll be trying to make hay while the sun shines, but that would have been poor commentary, because he's underplayed that bowl as well and not been able to stack up two there. I think probably a gust of wind, perhaps.
Yeah, I think if you look just behind the players at the flora, the bushes and the trees there, that wind has definitely got up, and I think definitely a decent gust on that last bowl of Sean Scott. So let's see how he goes this time. Looks a little bit calmer out there, and he's
Great effort here.
Yeah, he's played this well.
That's a lovely bowl. That's again his experience. He didn't actually overcorrect. If you watch his delivery, it looked quite similar to a second bowl, because if you try and correct for the wind, you double bluff yourself more often than not, Brett.
Absolutely. Tony Grantham, yeah, just waved his arms a little bit there, just obviously a little frustrated. He's just lost his line slightly here.
Yeah, ordinarily you don't see a huge amount of body language from Tony Grantham. That's probably as animated as he'll get in this game.
Indeed. And Sean's on a good line here again. Just playing for that late finish, knowing that there's a bit of breeze coming left to right, so it will turn the bowl slightly. And his bowl sits down, and at this stage it looks like 3 shots to Sean Scott, with Tony really having to play a good one here to reduce.
Get the cattle prod.
Breaking.
We're going to be okay.
Breaking well. Does he get a sit? No, he gets the gap. And I think that's 3 more shots to Sean Scott.
I think it's 3 there too. I think we're going to see 7 points scored and 2 ends here, Brett. And certainly a break in the game. And Sean Scott will just try and keep applying this pressure.
Yes, marker Rob Van Ryn signals 3. The Alexandra player is the blue player, as you can see by the little blue line next to the number 9 on the scoreboard, and in a moment that 9 is going to become 12. And in 2 ends, Sean Scott has really stretched out to a fairly comfortable lead.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. As we see, I think maybe an update in the men's results as well. And talking of stretching out to a comfortable lead, Elmwood Park now in the singles leading 12-2 over Hastings.
Yeah, look, Kelvin Scott, the master, current New Zealand singles champion, and preparing for the World Champion of Champions singles, which will be on next weekend.
Yeah, I think on current form, you make a pretty strong argument that he's one of, if not the most consistent bowlers in New Zealand at this stage.
Yeah, I think there's been a few calls for him to be considered for the New Zealand team. I mean, Kelvin's a little older than some of the players, but has been around a long time. Super consistent, a very good singles player, but equally a very good team player. Been part of that Mike Kernahan team that have been, I think, runner-up in 3 New Zealand fours in a row.
Yeah, my understanding is he's now part of the high-performance squad, Brett, so that may be on the horizon for Kelvin.
I hadn't caught up with that news, but that's of no surprise to me, and I think that's good. And, he's vastly experienced, very calm individual. And look how quickly a game can change. The Scud has definitely got the rangefinder working pretty well here.
Yeah.
And it's Sean Scott at the moment who's making all the play. With Tony
here looking to hold. So again, for when you're in Tony's shoes at the moment and you're playing someone as classy, sorry, not Tony's, Scud's shoes, and you're playing someone as classy as Tony, these runs of a little bit lack of form, they don't last that long, do they, Brett? So you do have to try and make the most of it and score as many points as you can over that period of maybe 3 or 4 ends that you're going to get.
Absolutely. We talk about making hay while the sun shines. Well, Sean's doing that here.
Yep. And another good bowl there from Sean Scott.
3 excellent bowls from Sean. And Tony just battling a little bit with the line at the moment, which is unusual for him. But in these, when the breeze gets up a little bit, it can just change things. And on a pretty good line here.
Got a real chance here. Does Tony Grantham. That's class there. Beautiful bowl from Tony.
Very good bowl from Tony. Draws a toucher. Now Sean Scott on his way up to have a look. Now what I think we're going to see here, we might see the big gun out from Sean, because
well, it's either a kill or you pluck it out, isn't it? So that's a win-win for Sean.
Yeah, he won't want to get a connection on the. He won't want to just push the jack back a little, I don't think, because you can see Tony's got the 2 bowls immediately behind the jack. And so I think if Sean is going to attack, he'll attack with a bit of weight on the basis that if he'll either get the bowl clean or he'll kill it. Now,
Yeah.
of course, that's the commentator's curse. He may do something completely different.
I like that call though, Brett, and it means even a kill is a good call at this stage because it means that you still haven't let your opposition score and you get an opportunity to score instead. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we saw here.
And a player of Sean's quality is well and truly capable of plucking that bowl out clean. So let's see what he does with weight. He is playing with weight, not a full drive, but definitely playing with very firm weight, but that won't come back from there.
Yeah, more controlled than perhaps we thought. Picking that gap very nicely, Brett. It's fresh air there, and Tony with an opportunity to try and make it two. Just stop that little run that Scudder's had.
And on a pretty good line again here, Tony Grantham. Just might be slightly overcooked on the weight department, but breaking now, I think that will be one to Tony Grantham.
I think that's the first time he scored in the last 5 ends, Brett.
Yeah, so he'll be pleased with that. And over in the pairs, it's Birkenhead now out to a handy 10-2 lead over Alexandra, playing end 7 of the 18. And here Evan Thomas, very steady, as always, 3 of his light blue bowls, boom, 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 behind the jack. And which is laying a great foundation for his skip, Damon Pearson. You know, they won the North Harbour title on this green, on these greens, I should say, and then got through beating the Interclub winners from Auckland, Far North and Northland. Again, played at Browns Bay. But we can see Trevor Drake on, and what a great bowl.
Beautiful shot there from the Alexandra skip.
Pretty attacking player, Trevor Drake, for those viewers who have seen him play before, and that's a cracker. Looks like he's got the shot, and it'll be up to Damon Pearson to try and rescue that situation for the Birkenhead Stingers. Meanwhile, back in the singles, 2 forgettable first bowls from both Tony and Sean. It's a long end, and ditch to ditch, and both players falling short with their first, but Tony more than making up for it with his second bowl as he swaps his hand and draws one. What, about half a metre away?
Yeah, there or thereabouts. It's a nice one to make a correction from. He'll be happy with that.
Certainly will. Sean Scott just getting out a little wide and a little heavy this time. The wind is slightly behind the players coming in this direction. And so the impact of that is it'll tend to keep the bowls, just have the bowls hold out a little bit on this backhand side for a right-hander. But Tony's again played this pretty well. He's slightly overweight.
Willing it to pull up that little bit. And the loose, probably at one of the looser ends we've seen from these players here, Brett, although I suppose the first time we've seen a jack on the 2 metre coming in this direction. Sean Scott with 2 bowls to make it right. That characteristic little flick of the wrist on the back swing. And if you look at the point of release, it's pretty smooth, isn't it, Brett? It's very close to the ground.
Yep, good second for Sean there. He'll be pleased with that correction. In the pairs, it's 2 to Trevor Drake. And from Alexandra with Damon Pearson playing his last bowl of this end, and that's a top bowl from Tony Grantham.
Yeah, great shot there. Lovely correction on his previous bowl. And Sean looking like he was asking the marker something. Maybe he's just weighing up his options.
Damon Pearson draws the shot with his last bowl of that end in the pairs, so it looks like 1 to Birkenhead, and they'll be out to an 11-2 lead as Evan Thomas lays them out. And here's Sean Scott playing with a bit of weight down on this backhand side. He's close.
On the probe, willing it to turn.
Oof.
Half a bowl wide there, Sean Scott.
So another end for Tony Grantham. Just looking over at the men's results, Kelvin Scott at 12-2 against Dean Drummond, the Master and the Apprentice. In the pairs, we've got Gary Lawson leading Murray Glassy 4-2 after 4 ends, nothing in that. And in the fours, Dwayne Cameron is 5-2 up against Lance Pascoe, so that's possibly a bit of a surprise. Here we can see the results in the men's. I think that's a little bit out of date, so we'll just pass through that. And I think that was, here we are in the Paratutu Manurewa game.
Yeah, big game.
David Clark leading Darren Gooden 12-9 in the singles, 7-4 to Hamish Kape and Daryl Reid for Paratutu in the pairs, and all square now in the fours between Adam Collins and Bryn Morgan. Women's results, I think again those results haven't been updated since the last time we had a look there, with Takapuna winning leading in the singles and the fours, and just trailing by that single shot in the pairs. So we'll look forward to getting an update around that. And in the other women's game, Elmwood Park, Mandy Boyd ahead in her game. Bev Morrell behind against Val Finlay, 7-3. Who would have thought?
Yeah, it's a forgettable day for that Elmwood Park pairs combination so far, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, Bev Morrell, the current New Zealand pairs champion, she led for Sandra Keith in that final in Christchurch, and playing with Angela Boyd, a former New Zealand player. And in the women's, Rosanna Murawine now out to a 10-4 lead against Lisa White. The Martinborough pair, skipped by Micaiah Campbell, leading 5-4 against Wendy Mackey, and Lillian Renata, the 9i4 skip in her team, are 8-1 in front against Tanya Wheeler from Martinborough. So, yeah, so there's some, early days still with a number of these games, but this is a bit of a moving round, round 3. It's our last game of the day, and so teams will be looking to really consolidate their positions overnight, ready for the final 2 rounds tomorrow.
And the managers of these teams will all have an understanding of who is where and by how much, and understand what needs to be done so that they can have a debrief either tonight over dinner or tomorrow morning before they start, and every team understands what they need to do and how many games they need to win to give themselves the best chance here, as we see Sean Scott sort of not get as close as he would have liked with his third bowl. He's put 3 in a really good space, but not not as close to the jack as he would have liked, and Tony Grantham missing his line here.
Yeah, Tony obviously looking to just draw with a little bit of weight there, looking for a bit of jack movement. The danger for Sean is just dropping short coming this way. The last couple of ends, he's been short, and which gives all of the Tony effectively all of the advantage. So you can see what Tony was trying to do there, coming down on his forehand, which is the right hand side of the screen, and was looking to either sit his own bowl or just trail that jack back. Now, Sean will be looking at this and saying to himself, well, okay, I can try and draw, but I may have at least a couple of seconds here. Do I go big and look for the bowl?
If he's feeling confident on his drive, and you say he's one of the better drivers around, that may be more of a percentage shot for Sean, is just to wind right up and see if he can chip it out. If he gets it pretty square at 12 o'clock, there's actually a chance that the bowl at 12 o'clock could take off the bowl at 6 o'clock, and that's a way of making a 3 there too. Absolutely
right. I mean, what he won't want to do is just get a small contact on that shot bowl onto the jack, and for those bowls to stay up on the rink, because then he's going to be 3 down. He leads 12-9. He's only 1 down on the head, so he definitely doesn't need to panic. But it is an opportunity for him to score. Yeah, I think particularly if he can get that bowl square, it'd be a lovely bowl to watch. He's on his backhand, so he might be. Is he rolling his own bowls up then, Brett? I think so. I think he'll be coming down on it with a run, looking for that bowl, and if he's slightly wide, he's got an option on his own bowls. He's close to the shot bowl.
Here.
He's close to that.
The heart in your mouth for a second there, I think.
Absolutely. You know, there was, yeah, there were all sorts of permutations in terms of what could have happened there, but the end result is 1 to Tony Grantham, I think. Tony just doing a bit of a finger measure just to see. Maybe it's a bit closer for that second than
Oh,
we'd thought.
yeah, if it's 2, I'd be therefore quite surprised at Sean's shot selection. He played it with intent. It looked like he was just trying to rip the ball out of, though. If he was wide, I suppose, onto those blues, you can see the slight left of your screen. There was a chance. Just the one, I think.
So Tony Grantham, I imagine he'll go long again here. Let's see what he does.
Certainly swings and roundabouts here. We saw Sean Scott score 4 ends in a row, and that was the 3rd end in a row we've seen go in Tony Grantham's favour.
Indeed. Yep. As I predicted, Tony's gone long. I think he'll want to try and stretch Sean out. He'll be noticing that Sean's played a little short the last couple of ends. So he'll be looking to just try and keep the pressure on these longer ends. Of course, the difficulty is the longer the ends, the more the bowls are affected by the breeze. But Tony certainly played a very good opening bowl here.
That's a great first bowl from Tony, sitting down behind the jack as well. And if you glance at the top right of your screen, that thumbnail really demonstrates with the way the light's falling on the green, how damp the green is and the tracks that the bowls are put in it. And certainly on that ring, you'd have to say that the backhand side, the right of our screen, looks like it's the more played track.
Absolutely. Here's a great ball from Sean Scott. That's
Great
a cracker.
shot.
Sean Scott, part of the very famous Scott dynasty. 3 generations of Scotts have played for New Zealand. So Kevin Scott, who I believe was Sean's father, Nolan Scott and Bill Scott all played for New Zealand in the 1960s and 70s. Sean and his cousins Terry and Jim have all played for New Zealand really over the last 30 years. And now Sarah Scott, Terry's daughter, part of that expanded New Zealand women's squad and a highly promising player. So just, you know, there are many famous bowling families in New Zealand, but certainly in Central Otago.
Look at that.
Dunedin, amazing bowl.
And
from
sit
Sean.
down. That's beautiful. That's a sign of someone who knows how to take their green.
So yeah, so very, very famous dynasty. I don't know how many New Zealand and centre titles I've racked up between all of them. That would
Can you imagine the conversations at the dinner table, Brett, about bowls?
That's exactly right. And Nolan Scott was a member of the New Zealand women's team that participated in the second World Bowls, which was Women's World Bowls, which was played at the Victoria Bowling Club in Wellington, and she was a gold medal winner in that World Bowls, playing with the redoubtable Sis Winstanley, Irene Foote and Verna Devlin in the fours, and with Irene Foote and Sis Winstanley in the triple, so they won gold. And for anyone who's interested in history, the great Elsie Wilkie won the world singles title at that Victoria Bowling Club World Bowls, and defended her title successfully in the Northern Hemisphere 4 years later. So
I believe Sis still holds the record, the all-time record for national titles. She was on 15 or 16 or 17, maybe 17, some ridiculous number.
I had the opportunity, Alex, early in my career when I was covering bowls for the Dominion newspaper and for Radio New Zealand, to cover some women's nationals. This is before the game was integrated. Women's nationals were played generally in February, and I watched Sis Winstanley play, and she was an incredibly determined player. Played very few loose bowls, and just a masterful skip. She was pretty tough in terms of with her approach to the game, and not in a just in terms of really worked hard, and had a team that played really well for her, and she was very, very difficult to beat, and that's demonstrated by how many titles she won, which is greatly in advance of anything that male players have won. Gary Lawson, I think, being the
He'll be the closest. He's
Yeah.
on technically 15.
yeah. So and of course in those days not so many events around. So better end for Sean Scott there, adapting well to that long end, and he just keeps that board ticking over for him and for the Alexandra club.
I believe Colin Rogan's just sat down in the background.
And
Brett.
next to the president of the Browns Bay Club, the redoubtable Peter Sheehan, who does a great job, he and his club, in hosting these large events. And Pete's a pretty tidy bowler himself, but like a lot of people in the game's devoted a fair bit of time to administration as president of the club. And Colin Rogan, I think Colin's over 30 centre titles now in North Harbour.
I think he just got to 35, a little birdie told me, and I think that's a record for the men's, certainly.
I think that's right, and has recently made himself available to play for North Harbour in the rep events this year, along with his quite a renowned Browns Bay team of Neil Fisher, John Walker, Colin Rogan, who have between them accumulated over 50 centre titles in North Harbour, and so great to have them playing.
Very classy.
So here we're just trying to determine whether the jack is a legal distance. You can see Sean Scott tried the manual method of measuring, which was, but that didn't satisfy Tony Grantham, so Jenny Daniels, the umpire, is called into action to do that. So yeah, so a pretty amazing record with the Scots and their family. Both in the Central Otago Centre and in the Dunedin Centre, and Sean Scott, as you said earlier, former New Zealand New Zealand singles champion. Over in the pairs, we can see Birkenhead have kicked out to a pretty handy 13-5 lead. And
racing through those ends as well, Brett. They're not mucking around.
No, they're all pretty quick players. Not a lot of mucking around. And Evan Thomas playing his last bowl as lead for Birkenhead on this 11th of the 18 ends. And he's drawn another very good shot. That's 2 to Evan Thomas, 2 to Birkenhead. And it'll be up to Trevor Drake, the Alexandra skip, to see what he can do to remedy that situation.
Sean Scott on the four-handed. They decided it was up in the end.
Yep, I think that was a resolution after the tape came out, and just as well because Sean Scott's played a pretty good opening bowl here. He obviously has decided this is a length that he likes. Tony Grantham, of course, favouring the longer ends. Trevor Drake's just had a drive in the pairs and managed to take out his closest bowl, so it's still 2 to Evan Thomas and Birkenhead in that game, and there's Damon Pearson just delivering his first bowl of this 11th end as Tony Grantham. Nice line, but a little overweight behind the head, and Sean Scott will play his second bowl. Leading 13-10 in the race to 21 shots in this National Interclub Sevens final, and that's another good bowl from Sean Scott, getting into a nice rhythm.
It's been a good standard of bowls here in this game. I suppose barring the 4 and the 3 we saw picked up in quick succession, both players have played really tight bowls, and that 4 and the 3 we saw Sean put 7 bowls close, and Tony just sort of struggling to find his line and length.
Some more update results in the other games. In the men's interclub, we have Paratutu from the Taranaki Centre playing Manurewa Cosmopolitan from the county's Manukau Centre, and it's Darren Gooden who's nudged in front in that singles clash against David Clark 13-12. Shane Drabble is leading the pairs against Hamish Karpe and Darryl Reid, who have been in great form today, 9-7. And Paratutu, the Air Force team, skipped by Adam Collins, is nudged ahead 8-6. against Bryn Morgan. So nothing really in any of those games, and still plenty of runway for all of those teams. If we get down to the nitty gritty, as Tony Grantham plays an absolute bomb, front
That's
touch,
incredible stuff.
front toucher, probably two down there. Great bowl.
That's so disheartening, or it can be disheartening when you're the opposition, can't it? Bowl sitting down, he didn't touch that, did he? Just
No, I think that's just
it's just the natural. I think. Well, what I was going to say, and here we see sort of we were talking about it a little bit before. Sean's played 3 good bowls, but none of them are past the head, and it sort of reduces what you can safely do when it comes down to last bowl run shots.
Yeah, consistently in playing this direction, Sean's been consistent, but unfortunately consistently short, often with shots, to be fair. And as you say, it becomes problematical when you have to then attack. It reduces your options, and where Tony's tending to be a bit more consistent with his weight. 13-5 in the pairs now to Birkenhead. They scored again, I think, on that last end, and Evan Thomas just over with his first bowl.
And Sean there having to play a dead draw instead of a run shot because he had no back bowls. If he'd had one of his bowls past, even 3 or 4 feet past, he might have been tempted to play his backhand through those bowls. We see it at 12 o'clock, try and cannon a bowl out or pop the jack back, but unable to do so. So he's just trying to draw one close.
Yeah, and again, if I was critical, he's not got past the jack, so he's given Tony an opening here to play on that forehand side and to look to just see if he can get a bit of movement on that jack. So let's see what Tony does. I imagine he'll be right to this.
Stalking it. Watch this bowl.
Breaking now, and he's close.
Beautiful.
He's close.
Beautiful bowl there from Tony Grantham.
And that's what happens when you don't have a bowl past the jack. And it's 3, I think, to Tony Grantham. Admittedly, a draw shot, but he could draw confidently, Alex, because he knew that any movement of the
There's
jack.
no danger there.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, classy stuff there from Tony. And it'll be disappointing for Sean Scott having got out to an early lead, to have, well, not allowed Tony to claw back, but to now be in a situation where he's embroiled in a tight game.
Yeah, suddenly it's back to all square, 13 all. And when Sean was looking like he was travelling pretty well there, but with 2 players of this quality, we know that games and individual ends can turn pretty quickly with their ability to play well.
Absolutely. Intriguing here that we have a short jack walking the tightrope there.
Yep,
is the marker.
I'm going to give up trying to work out tactically what these 2 guys are doing.
Well, I just got my head around the fact that Tony was throwing long jacks, Brett, and now we have a short one. Maybe I don't know. I don't have an answer.
No,
It sounded good when we were talking about it.
We can see that it's pretty blustery. Just looking at the so whether Tony's decided it might be a bit safer to play shorter ends, I don't know, or maybe it just slipped.
Who knows? Very short end. But look, he's going to be close. Sometimes you vary the jack length. That's quite a good. I quite like that tactic. More in pairs. If my lead, if we're playing a specialist lead, often it's a good idea to move the jack around and don't let someone settle in on one length. Maybe that's the idea. Tony thought, right, we'll roll the jack into a different place every time and see how we go.
Yeah, there's various theories. The great Leif Selby, one of the greatest players to come out of Australia and a multiple world champion at singles, has been doing a bit of coaching in North Harbour this year, and Leif's a proponent of playing the same lengths all the time, because if that's the length that you play well, just keep playing it and challenge the opposition to do better. And so he talks about just relying on the natural rhythm of the arm for the jack, and then just playing to that length. And obviously that length will be different depending on the speed of the green and the conditions. but there would be, to be fair, few players that have probably been able to play as consistent at one length as Leif has over his career, as evidenced by the fact that he's won the last 2 New Zealand Champion of Champion pairs with James Williams from the Carlton Cornwall club, having not really been playing a lot of bowls.
No, and he won them convincingly.
Oh yeah,
He's amazing.
yeah, no,
It's
and
ridiculous.
I had the opportunity of playing against him when I was playing in Australia in the 1990s, when he was really, one of the young guns, sort of taking the Australian scene by storm, and he was a machine. And I think we saw plenty of signs of that. If you get a chance, have a look at the YouTube coverage of those games, and just have a look at the efficiency of motion of Leif's delivery. It really is something to behold.
No, it's ugly.
And that's a pretty good bowl from Sean Scott. 2 down there, and that's an important bowl for him in the context of this game.
Certainly is. Tony Grantham now on the forehand side.
He'll be playing with a little bit of weight, just looking to get a connection on his front bowl or on the shot bowl. He's tight.
He plays this weight well ordinarily.
It's a little bit softer than I expected him to play. He may not have. He may have not wanted to be that soft himself. Having said that, if he'd turned the shot bowl onto the jack, he could have been 2 down. And again, that was a benefit of Sean having a back bowl this time. And this time, Sean looks like he may have just drifted a little wide here.
You hope for a gust of wind to get some late swing.
Gets around there.
Just about.
That might be in the measure.
If it's not, he was within a roll of it being 2. See what the lollipopper says? That's great.
2 it is. Yep.
Well, a great bowl there from Sean Scott.
Yep, beautiful weight, and just had the right line to get around that short bowl of Tony's and get another shot. So topsy-turvy game, Alex. 15-13 out to the scud, and let's see what.
Where's the jack going to be thrown this time? That's the question.
I'm not going to guess. I'm not.
I reckon long jack.
I'm not committing. And in the pairs, Damon Pearson and Evan Thomas stretching out that lead now to 15-5, playing in 12 of 18, and you can see Evan Thomas has drawn a shot there. Yep, you were right, Alex. It is a longer end.
Entirely a pure fluke.
And the scud has drawn the shot. Again, slightly short of the jack.
Coming in this direction, he'll be aware of it. It can be incredibly frustrating as a player when you know you're missing by a little bit consistently. Well, and you know you need to change it.
And the challenge is he's drawing shots.
Yeah, he's not playing poorly
when he's dropping short. So on one hand, you're actually getting the shot, but not always just quite getting the right position to set yourself up. So it's a bit of a break in the proceedings here. Sean Goldsbury wandering past. Very promising North Harbour player.
I think a dual member at Point Chev.
And also
Claim a Pirate.
And also in Gisborne, Steve Goldsbury, his father, the president of the Gisborne East Coast Centre, and I believe Sean made a cameo appearance for the Gisborne Interclub team last weekend, and they were successful in winning the Interclub Sevens in Gisborne East Coast, which of course is the beginning of this National Interclub competition for this season, reminding viewers that this final was actually for last season, but because of something called COVID, we had to defer this final until this weekend. So so Sean's doing very well. He's only in his 2nd year in the game, but as keen as mustard and playing some pretty good bowls all round. So and so I'm sure there'll be a contingent of Gisborne East Coast people watching this coverage. My old mate Trevor Mills, no doubt, and but unfortunately no club from Gisborne East Coast playing this time. But a few ex-Gisborne players like Dwayne Cameron playing in other sides for Hawke's Bay. So
Yeah, no, it's a great little centre at the moment. The Poverty Bay East Coast Centre and Indoor Bowls have two 18-year-olds who just broke into the North Island Indoor Bowls team.
fantastic.
Nathan Trowell and Matthew Foster. Nathan plays a bit of outdoor, so does his father Malcolm, and they've been really good at fostering the juniors, as is the outdoor centre there. So always some cool stuff coming out of that neck of the woods.
That's great to hear. I mean, of course, you know, two great players in recent times came out of that Gisborne East Coast Centre, and Shannon McElroy and David File. David's still playing in Gisborne East Coast, who played for New Zealand, and Shannon McElroy, the current world singles champion, and now living in Nelson, but originally from that Gisborne area, and always good greens up there, and for anyone who ever wants to play in a Great Fours tournament, I'd recommend the Burton Cup, which has been a long-standing event that the Gisborne East Coast Centre have hosted for many years.
It's a magnificent looking bit of silverware as well.
Yeah, I think possibly one of the best bowls trophies in New Zealand, and some very famous names on that trophy. Back in the post-Second World War period, the Crowley brothers, who were a dominant fours combination, both at centre level at Gisborne East Coast, but also at national level. I think they won 2 New Zealand fours titles and were runner-up in another one, or maybe runner-up in 2 and won one. But yeah, and the late Phil Scoggin said to me, Jeff Crowley was the best run-shot player he'd ever encountered in the fours format. So that's pretty high praise indeed.
Absolutely, Phil was not bad himself.
Absolutely, great last bowl from Tony Grantham here, and
3 are we seeing?
No,
2.
just 2. So we're locked up again here at 15 all, and this game could go really any way. They're both playing some great bowls. In the pairs, 16-5 now to Birkenhead.
Yeah, looking pretty convincing to the Birkenhead pairing over there.
If we look at some of the other results, Selena Goddard out to a 14-8 lead for Takapuna in the women's against Queenstown. In the pairs, it's Margaret O'Connor leading Robin Walker 8-3. And in the fours, it's Jane Anderson leading Lisa Dixon by 8-5 after 6 ends. So potentially a bit of an upset there. Takapuna leading that competition, but just leading in the one game. In the also in the women's section, Elmwood Park are playing Thames Coast. Mandy Boyd, that game against Val Matthews has closed right up to 11-9 to Mandy Boyd. In the pairs, it's the Thames Coast combination skipped by Val Finlay leading Bev Morrell 11-7. And in the fours, it's Jan Shirley and her team leading Kay Bunn by 8-3. So we could see some changes in and around that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to look at the results at the end of this day of 3 rounds.
And here's the second place team, Nine Eye. Lisa White 15-7 behind now against Rosanna Murawai, who hasn't won a game today, though they've been in 2 pretty good games against Selena Goddard and Christine Buchanan. In the pairs, Micaiah Campbell out to a pretty comfortable 16-5 lead after 12 ends against Wendy Mackey.
I would suspect that Wilson's been doing what Wilson did in the previous round there, Brett, and just peppering the jack with those orange bowls.
Yes, I think we can. I think that's highly likely, Alex. And the saving grace for Nine Eye in this round is their 4, with Lillian Renata leading that game 9-3 against Tanya Wheeler. So lots of permutations at the top of the leaderboard, with both leading teams, Takapuna and Nine Eye, trailing in their respective games against Queenstown and against Martinborough.
So
But
what we could see is a clear leader going into tomorrow. If the scores stay the same, there'll be Queenstown. It's very early to call it, but Queenstown would be those 2 match points in front of the rest of the field.
absolutely, and which mirrors a little bit what we saw in the Intercentre with the Central Otago team. But look, as you said,
It's pretty early.
It's pretty early even in this round, and we've still got 2 rounds to go tomorrow. So so there'll be a bit to work through, but obviously slightly trickier conditions in this last round today with the breeze, and players and the teams are constantly changing greens and having to adapt to changes in speed and line, and so that makes this the challenging competition that it is. So Sean Scott with his last bowl here.
An opportunity to add a bonus, become important in games like this, particularly as you near the pointy end of this game. It's first to 21. When you get an opportunity to add a bonus like he has here, you really want to be taking it. He's got a lovely line, slightly overplayed.
I think he's got 2 here, and so obviously didn't want to be short, and maybe a little bit of breeze behind him. So yeah, 2 to Sean Scott. So he's out to 17-15, and within that important psychological zone of 4 shots from winning the game. So
into that checkout range now. And it's been a great game of bowls, really, Brett. I couldn't call someone who's been dominant. I think probably we saw those 7 points and 2 ends in Sean Scott's favour. And at the end of the day, if he does come out on top, he'll probably think back to that and go, well, that's where I won this game. And Tony probably think that's where I lost it. But they've still got it's anyone's game at this stage.
And one of the things we know about watching Tony Grantham over the years is just how tenacious he is. He's a great clutch player, and he's been in these situations many times, as has Sean. So, don't be surprised if there's several more ends to go before we get a winner.
Yeah, 21-20 would be unsurprising, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Tony not happy
bowls
there.
Getting pushed here. We saw Sean's bowl didn't turn very much either at the very end of its track. You can actually see almost the hockey stick line that it's taken, and it went out and it didn't really come back in. He might have turned 1.5 to 2 feet there, so perhaps an indication of a bit of wind up that end of the rink.
Yeah, and Sean Scott just taking his time with this one, obviously just looking at how the wind's gusting, and just making sure he's not about to play into a gust. And this time, good call, Alex. He's gone for a slightly tighter line, about the same speed. And this time, probably because there wasn't so much breeze, it turned. And as we know, that can be pretty frustrating in the scheme of things. So we can see in the overall masterboard between Birkenhead and Alexandra, Birkenhead comfortably in front in the pairs, 18-5 now after 10 of the 18 ends. Nigel Drew looking for his first win of the day, 10-6 up against the Martin Geary skipped Alexandra 4. And so, can Birkenhead pull themselves back into this field with 3 wins in this game? At the moment, that's looking pretty dangerous for Tony Grantham, because that looks like 3 shots to Sean Scott. And 1 more and Sean Scott checks out. So Tony's got to do something with these next 2 bowls. Otherwise, this is going to be all over Red Rover.
Absolutely. As we see then the overall leaderboard, just to give you some context for this game, Alexandra, who we're watching here, are on 2 match points, and Birkenhead are on 0. So for Alexandra's realistic hopes going into tomorrow, it's pretty important that they get over Birkenhead and win 2 of these 3 games for this match.
Absolutely. I mentioned Tony's tenacious, and he's demonstrated that again because he's drawn the shot. And Sean Scott will be attacking down that forehand side, looking for that bowl of Tony Grantham.
Hoping for a little gust of wind. He needs it to go for a walk. Just on the tight side. We haven't really seen Sean Scott wind right up like we thought he might, Brett.
No, he may be playing with a little bit more controlled weight in these conditions. And Tony just going a little bit wide at this time. Wouldn't want to get onto that short bowl of Sean Scott's and turn it up. Had pretty good weight, slightly over, but that's 1 shot to Tony. He'd be he'll be pleased about that, because it's never a nice feeling to be 3 down when you've got 2 bowls left to go and your opponent can potentially check out. So that score tightens up to 17-16 to Sean Scott, and we can see that I think there's a bit of play to go yet in this game.
Yes, just quickly on the bottom right, the women's leaderboard too, and we can see after the first 2 rounds, there's a pretty clear top half and bottom half of the draw. I suppose you'd say, Brett, you've got 3 clubs on 4 match points and 3 clubs on 0, and of course we have 2 of those clubs playing each other, which is interesting, and the other club, which is Nai, is playing Martinborough. So it'll be very interesting and intriguing match points to come out of the end of this game.
Absolutely. Cracker first bowl from Tony Grantham. He draws a toucher on this long end, and so that immediately swings the pressure back on to Sean Scott, and he's pretty handy with his first bowl as well. Just going to break slightly underneath the head.
That's one of the things Tony does well, as you've alluded to, is he was on the back foot on the previous end, looking in a world of trouble, played a really good bowl. He can get himself out of trouble. He's got really good under pressure as 3rd and 4th. He's quite good at leading off well then. So not only have you psychologically damaged your opponent by going, you had a good head and I've ruined it, you then go, I've put my right on the jack. Go on, now you're under pressure.
Indeed. So one to Tony Grantham here, just short with his second ball. He'd be disappointed with that. And Sean Scott coming down on this forehand side.
Very close here from Sean Scott. If he can get underneath this one.
Oh, he gets
little nick.
Oh,
it's gone well.
He gets the magic touch, and I think that's one to Sean Scott.
I think so too. I wouldn't be surprised if he sort of said something to Tony on his way after that bowl. Usually you go, sorry. You always take the result, but it's you acknowledge a good one.
Indeed. Mark Rob Van Ryn signals 1 to Sean Scott. Tony coming down on his backhand side, and just you can see a little bit of frustration from him, the bowl being buffered a little bit by the wind, but ended in a really good place. It's another second shot for Tony Grantham, and just tightens that head up again. Sean Scott is on the move. The Scud looking to draw another shot, but he's gone wide here.
Yeah, he didn't let it go as well as he has been.
And he's short. So again, Tony Grantham with the 2 back bowls. I expect Tony to be coming up here with some weight on the backhand, looking to reach the bowl or the jack, and he's played with a lot of weight. But as we can see, just swinging away from the shot bowl. Tony would have been conscious he didn't want to get both of his bowls there, which was possible if he'd got that outside one.
Yeah.
So he's 1 down. Sean's got a bit of room there, but Sean also wanting to be careful. He won't want to get a contact onto his shot bowl.
Yeah, I think we'll see him take quite a high line on his forehand slide, but just to the left on the screen. And if he misses, he'd be thinking to himself, if I miss wide, that's fine. And if I don't, I should have second shot. But
I agree.
It's one of the ones where you just miss wide and focus on getting your weight right. And if it works, it works.
Now, we can see Alexandra, Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas have scored in their game. They are still a long way back. Close here from Sean Scott.
Every chance in the world, Sean Scott, of drawing a second shot. That was a very well played bowl. If we look at his line, he's finished pretty much alone with the jack. That was perfect green.
And you don't want to be short. You want to make sure that you give yourself a chance. So yeah, so that's a good bowl from Sean. Not good enough for second shot, but he had the shot anyway. So he just nudges that little bit closer to the magic 21 shots.
Yeah, within 3 now.
18-16. The board will be updated shortly. And yeah, this is becoming a very fascinating afternoon with what we're seeing.
Yes, and if you are a viewer who is interested in the full results at the conclusion of this live stream, the Bowls New Zealand website, our featured post, so it's the first thing you see, will say, I think, National Interclub Sevens results hub, click on that, and there will be everything that you could possibly ever need to know in regards to who's got what and how many, and that'll set you in good stead for tomorrow morning, although tomorrow morning we will review today's play and just let you understand where everyone sits and why.
Great to see that technology being utilised, Alex. It makes it much easier for fans of the game to follow what's going on, and that Bowls Hub technology has been a great innovation in the game, and great to see it being used by both Bowls New Zealand and also a number of the centres around
Bowls,
the country.
yeah, absolutely, and certainly something that we'll be looking to develop further. Bowls Hub, it does a good job, and at the Nationals being held in North Harbour and Auckland over January, hopefully we'll have a couple of cool little innovations by the time we get to the post-section rounds with that in regards to scoring.
We'll look forward to that. So one here to Sean Scott, his first bowl, just pulls up short with his second bowl, and Tony Grantham decides there's no room down that side of the rink, so I'm going to swap over and play my backhand, and I think he's played this pretty well.
Yep, and a short hand for reasons. Tony just a quarter of a bowl wide there, sitting out instead of in.
Gets a contact on the shot pole, but falls the wrong way, so it's one to Sean Scott. He leads 18-16 as we get down to the really nip and tuck.
Oh, he's taking a high line here, and he'll get out in the rough, and that usually means it should run out of oomph. You can see that track on your screen. He's gone sort of around and outside of where all the lines are.
He's certainly getting a lot more turn than Tony Grantham, but that time, yeah, just too wide on that side.
Oh, Tony got a bit of wind there.
Yep, yeah, it was looking to play with a little bit of weight just to try and turn that bowl through. Probably a lot heavier than he wanted to be, but of course you're pushing up into a bit of breeze, and so you don't want to be short. So at the moment, Sean Scott hangs on to that one shot. And what does he do here? Does he try and get another second shot?
Looks like what he's doing.
Or does he come to behind and try and cover there? No, he's trying to draw another shot, and he's close.
Great effort. Oh, it's slightly the wrong way. So Tony Grantham to make a correction now on his back end. He's got a proper back bowl. He might have a bit more weight here.
Yep, good call, Alex. Reaching down on that back end, he's close here.
Let's watch what the wind does. Could get a good result off that outside one. 1, 2.
Oh, he gets the magic result. Magic result off that outside bowl. Sean Scott would be disappointed with that, given it was his last bowl, and sometimes, you know, you inadvertently give someone a shoulder bowl to come off. Out goes one, out goes two.
2 there, and we see it a race to 3 now.
Oh, it was 3.
Three.
So that short bowl counted, and so yeah, Sean will be very disappointed there. Tenacious Tony, as I like to call him, hits the lead at 19-18, and
for the first time in this game.
Wow, just goes to show, doesn't it? It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Absolutely.
So Tony. Now what length have we got, Alex?
Long, I reckon, and he'll draw a side toucher because it's what he did last time he came in this direction.
All right. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see what the.
Don't leave us in suspense, Colin.
New Zealand player.
That's disappointing.
So it's a medium end.
I was half right though.
But yeah, you were half right because he's drawn. It's not quite a side toucher, but it's definitely a very good shot bowl.
I'll claim I was half right there. Does he go with his first one here, Brett, or what from Sean Scott?
I think he'll try and draw a close one first with his first bowl. He's been playing this forehand side pretty well coming this way, and I think he won't want to give Tony Grantham too much room. With Tony now only 2 shots away from winning. Sean didn't like that bowl at all. He turned his back on it, and understandably, wide and short. And Tony immediately changed his hand. Obviously decided, I don't want to get wrecked on that bowl, and he's off down the backhand side. Hard to see that he would get wrecked on that, but he's the one playing the bowl, and he's got to be confident.
Absolutely, and if he finishes close, he's Made the right decision, and that's 2 good bowls there.
And when you can play bowls like that,
Do you
why
hit it
wouldn't
now, Brett?
I can't imagine that Sean Scott is going to be short, and looking at that swing, he's not, and it's going to be on the backhand, and we're going to see the scud. Here it comes.
Full weight. Well, he's got rid of one of them.
So 1 out, and so Tony Grantham needing 2 to go out here to get to 21 shots.
Sean has an interesting decision to make now because he's played. His first bowl was a bit ineffective on the draw, and he's just gone full-bladed drive for the second. First full-bladed drive he's played. He'll have an interesting decision because it'll be tempting for him, particularly now. Oh, it's left enough of a gap. It'll be tempting to have another go, or do you spend 2 bowls drawing? That's the decision-making process here. I won't be surprised if he has another nibble at this one.
I think he's going to be drawing.
Okay.
I think he'd back himself to beat that second bowl. And there's, as you say, a fair bit of room there, and he's close.
He's very close to a perfect bowl. If he swings a little bit.
He just swings past. Didn't want to be short there. Probably felt he had an opportunity to rest the bowl. So look, we'll update viewers on some of the scores just following this this end, because we're down to the sharp end of it. Tony Grantham lying game, and he's looking to just get round behind with his last bowl. Wouldn't be happy with that. Not a good location at all. But effectively, it's saying to Sean Scott, well, what are you going to do? And Sean's going to take his time. So while he does that, we'll just update. You can see the results there in the game between Elmwood Park. That's Kelvin Scott leading Dean Drummond 17 shots to 10. In the pairs, Murray Glassy and Neil Barron lead Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditford 11-8. That's still pretty tight. And the Dwayne Cameron skipped 4, leading Lance Pascoe 9-5. So that's a big potential upset there.
It is.
With Elmwood Park being one of the highly favoured teams here, stacked with 3 New Zealand players: Lance Pascoe, Gary Lawson, and Kelvin Scott, and a number of other inter-centre representatives for Canterbury in that team, like Stephen Ditford, who actually played for Wellington in the inter-centre, now actually works for Gary Lawson in Gary Lawson's business, and is as I think does Lance Pascoe, and they're all based and Lance and Stephen are currently based in Wellington, where they've got quite a bit of work going on in their business, which I believe removes hazardous materials from buildings.
Sounds about right.
So now let's see what hazardous stuff is going to happen here.
Oh, someone just walked. Oh dear.
Someone walking behind, so Tony Grantham waving that person off.
Not ideal timing. As
Not
we
at
see
all.
Tony holding the game here. Can Sean salvage it? He's on his forehand with a bit of weight. He's close here.
He's close to
He's
that
close
jack.
to the jack.
That's it. He's got the jack.
Great bowl. Brilliant stuff there. And Tony and Sean will have both ridden a roller coaster of emotions on that bowl there, Brett.
Yep. Now the last thing you want is to have someone move behind the head, which when you're about to drive, it can put you off. And clearly Sean Scott checked himself there. But I guess the sign of the champion that he is that he recomposed himself and played the big bomb, killed that end, so no score to either player. Tony Grantham so replays that end. They decide that they won't replay it from the same end. They'll go down the other end. Well, they might have been tempted, but because this direction, I think Sean's been going a little better, but Tony's obviously not bothered by that, and off he goes on his forehand with his first bowl, and this time we've got a long end.
Just to keep things interesting, I was impressed with the weight that Sean Scott played just quickly, Brett, with his last bowl. As we saw, he had an absolutely full-bladed drive with the second one, drew with his first, drew with his third, and he played more controlled weight with his fourth, I think. And I think it almost shows intent that he was thinking jack in the ditch, because that weight wouldn't have killed it, just would have gone jack in the ditch for a couple. He was playing to score, not to kill, and I quite like that attitude.
I agree, classy stuff. So, and Tony Grantham puts his first bowl in the ditch, on this long end, and Sean Scott immediately applies the pressure with a good first bowl from him.
Only looking to make a correction.
Over in the Manurewa Paratutu game, we've got David Clark's edged ahead 18-16 against Darren Gooden. Good result for in the pairs with Shane Drabble leading Hamish Karpe 16 shots to 9, and it's 12-9 to Adam Collins over Bryn Morgan in those fours. So again, nothing in that. And Manurewa, one of the currently leading the men's competition, will be looking to get a couple of wins out of that, if they as a minimum, if they can. Back to the singles game, and it's now 2 shots to Sean Scott, and the pressure swings back onto Tony Grantham.
Absolutely, it's been very much a seesawing game, and look at this line here. I mean, to throw your first bowl on the ditch, to overplay your second, and then to essentially draw a front toucher with your third, that's not bad stuff.
Yep, it's that's showing a lot of calm, not quite on the jack. And so Sean's saying, well, how far away is it is? You can see marker Rob Van Ryn just giving him an indication. Why does he want to know that? Because he'll be just choosing what sort of weight am I going to play to disturb that bowl.
Absolutely. He's got two bullets in the chamber.
Yeah, I think he'll be conscious that again Tony Grantham's got the back bowl, and he won't want to turn the bowl onto the jack. And Tony's only got 1 bowl left, so let's see what he does here.
The issue being if a bowl's not touching the jack, it's more likely to follow it when it's hit as well.
That's right. And so he's coming down here with a bit of weight. He's looking for a connection
This
on
could
his
go
left
really well
bowl.
if he gets a fine edge. 1, 2.
Well,
Oh. Goodness gracious.
fortuitous. No,
1 up, he says.
Tony Grantham's got 1. Wow.
Can you
So,
imagine?
Tony works for Air New Zealand. Had shoulder reconstruction surgery, quite major surgery, a couple of years ago, and came back brilliantly from that that reconstruction to reclaim his place in the New Zealand team and the Commonwealth Games. He's close here. Wow.
Oh, just about made it. And unfortunately, it's a really good bowl, but he's actually opened up that forehand side, that left-hand side, as we see it for Sean Scott to just move the jack a couple of feet. He does have that back bowl, which is brilliant from Tony's point of view, because it means Sean can't overplay his bowl, but it'll look quite inviting just to draw it on his forehand here for a couple of points.
Yeah, look, any touch of that jack and on the draw, and you'd think Sean Scott's got a pretty good chance of scoring here. He's only 1 down, so he can't lose the game unless he's narrow and turns Tony up. And there is a chance, if he got the jack to the right place, he could actually get 3 here and go out. So let's see what he does with this last bowl.
Here we go. Oh, the bowl's on its way. Sean has walked away from the bowl.
Doesn't like it.
I would say that's not a good sign.
Well,
Beautiful track, Brett.
oh, gorgeous track.
Oh, that couldn't have been a better line.
Just had a fabulous line, but obviously just didn't quite get it out of the gate. And Tony Grantham just smiles as he grabs the mat off Sean Scott.
2018 is the score in this race to 21.
Peter Nathan, prominent Birkenhead player. I think he's the first reserve for this team, and father of 2 of North Harbour's most promising players, Millie Nathan and Chad Nathan, both featured in 1 to 8 rep teams, and both outstanding talents in the game. So Tony gets to 20. 1 more shot gets him over the line. Let's see what he does with this first bowl.
On the forehand on a long end now.
So looking to make a statement with the first one and effectively say to Sean, well, okay, what can you do? And here's the statement.
I called this 3 ends ago.
You did call it?
So I was just predicting the future, I think, Brett.
Well, you know, I guess if you watch bowls long enough, Alex, you
One
can,
of them will be right, eh?
and he draws that toucher, and it's on the drive from Sean Scott, but he did not get that away well. That came out of the side of his hand, and he'd be pretty disappointed with that. He's a much more accurate run shot player than that.
A little smile. The only good thing is that it was his first bowl, so he's got
Indeed.
three more attempts here, but he's in a situation here. Tony's at 20 points. You cannot afford to drop one, and Tony here might be forcing a change of hand for Sean Scott.
That's a pretty good bowl. That covers the jack, and so much harder for Sean to get the jack. And if he does get the shot bowl, Tony would still have one. So let's see what Sean does this time. He's definitely attacking. He's on the run on the backhand side.
This is close here.
Does
He
he
could get
hold?
both of them if he holds
Does
enough.
he hold? He gets one
One,
bowl. He gets
two.
two bowls.
Great shot there.
Still one to Tony Grantham, but he's moved it further away, so he's given himself room to draw there, and Tony will be looking to get another one close. Just looking at the pairs game, we can see Alexandra's just scored a few shots over these last couple of ends, and now back to 18-11, playing the second to last end.
Now the situation is Sean's got 2.5, 3 feet to draw the shot, two bowls to do it in.
You'd certainly back him to get inside there with one of his two bowls, but
Absolutely.
it's under pressure.
That one came out absolutely beautiful.
Yep.
See how the weight is.
He's on a good line.
Couldn't have left his hand any better.
He's on a good line. He's close here.
Great
That's
stuff.
classy stuff from Sean Scott. The Scud plays the pressure bowl.
Jack in the ditch, Brett.
Well, yeah. Now it's Tony Grantham's choice to play with a bit of attacking weight.
It's so tempting when you're on that 20. You're one away from. Here we go. He's one away. If he gets the jack in the
running.
ditch, he's
He's
won
close.
the game.
He's close. Look for the bowl. Look for the bowl. He's got the bowl.
Oh, got it square. He's actually unlucky not to get the jack, but he's holding the win. He's got the only 3 bowls on the rink here.
Magnificent bowl from Tony Grantham. Just controlled weight. Looking for the bowl, looking for the jack. Got the bowl. Lies 3. Only needs 1. What can Sean Scott do with his last bowl? Can he draw another shot? He's gone wider. He's gone wider with this bowl.
He's got late swing.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
He's got late
Here
swing.
it
If
comes.
he's got the weight, I
No.
don't think he does.
Shake hands time. And it's Tony Grantham that gets up and maintains his winning record today. And wins that game 21-18 against Sean Scott. Magnificent game of singles, 2 high quality players. And as we predicted, it really just came down to a couple of good shots. You know, Tony looked to be comfortable, dropped that 4 and a 3 to let Sean back into the game, though Sean played very well. And then it was just really nip and tuck at the end.
Yeah, it was. It was a good game. I enjoyed watching it, and although we've only got one end to go on the Birkenhead Alexandra pairs game, we're going to watch it anyway. So before we do that, just like I said before, sit back, relax, and enjoy a quick ad for the Somerset Retirement Villages.
Today we're making new friends. We're building a community, and we're still doing all the things we love. We're getting the most out of every day. One day we'll rest, but not today.
So here we are in the pairs game. Birkenhead's Evan Thomas and Damon Pearson are leading this game 18-11. So it's looking like Birkenhead will score their first win of the day in matches. Well, you've heard Evan Thomas. He says to Damon Pearson, I think we're 4 down. They're playing end 17 of 18, so I might have called this way too early. The commentator's curse.
Can you imagine?
And-
Someone's going to have words with you, Brett, if it all goes horribly wrong.
And, you know, it wasn't that many ends ago. It was 18-5. And now it's 18-11 and with 2 ends to go. So you definitely don't want to be dropping 4 here. And Damon Pearson, no, he sails past.
Interesting shot selection.
Yep. I think Evan Thomas's body language suggests that wasn't exactly what he was expecting.
He may have, yeah. I think he was potentially anticipating a draw bowl there.
But of course, you're trying to be up, you know, and you're playing into the wind in this direction. So here's Trevor Drake. Very steady central low target player.
Right, so we know that Birkenhead are 4 down, so it just must be the 4 closest bowls.
Yep. So can Damon Pearson with his last
Having a
bowl of this
nibble.
end.
Brave.
Oh my lord.
Brave bowl from Damon, hoping for a bit of luck now. Hasn't got that. And we see, this is going to be a fascinating last end. I was going to suggest that we talk about the scores from around the traps. Maybe we leave that till the end of this end, Brett, and that's how we can sign off after we see the who wins this one.
I did not see that coming. And so 4 shots to Alexandra. As I say, they were trailing 18-5 in this game. But as we know in bowls, it can change quickly, and Lindsay Thomas delivers the jack for this 18th, the last end of this game, with suddenly a 3-shot difference on the board. You know, still 3 shots is still a pretty comfortable lead, but bowls is a strange game, and you know you give the opposition a bit of a sniff at victory, and suddenly you know the things can change quite quickly. So we've got a long end here. And Lindsay Thomas coming down with his first bowl.
Oh, that's not the start Lindsay Thomas would have wanted, particularly given the momentum that they've built up. If we were saying that Birkenhead were 18 to a single digit up.
Yep, Evan Thomas is, I'm not sure if they're related, certainly not to my knowledge. So Evan with his first bowl, Evan's played against him a lot, very steady player from Birkenhead, and he and Damon have built up a pretty good track record in these interclub events. So he comes down, and that's, again, not adjacent to the jack. So he's given Lindsay Thomas plenty of room here to get close, and this looks pretty handy.
Yeah, good correction there. That's good stuff.
Stick around, you heard Trevor Drake saying, which is generally a sign that you're slightly off green, but if you can just stick around the proximity, you never know, you might be able to get a shot.
Be helpful.
Evan with his second bowl, better line this time. What's he doing weight-wise? He is still heavy, but again...
This is an incredible sort of last end potentially developing here, Brett, depending on this bowl.
Yeah, well, if Lindsay Thomas draws another bowl here, then the pressure goes right back on the Birkenhead side. And he's wide, but quite frankly, he's only got a bit finish within a metre of the jack, and he's got another shot. Yeah, that's another shot.
Yeah.
So it's not close, but sometimes they can be the toughest ends to play to when
There's nothing to rest on, is there? There's
No.
gaps.
So, in the context of the game, this is a pretty important bowl from Evan Thomas. He's really got to get something close for his skip. He's on a good line. Just breaks away now. No,
This is
that's short.
unbelievable stuff.
This is unbelievable.
I can't. Oh dear. As we watch the skips cross over, and yeah, Birkenhead leading by 3, but they were leading by more than 3 not that long ago, Brett.
I think it was 18-5, Alex, if I recall that from earlier. And
It was.
And so suddenly, you know, the Alexandra team have roared back into contention. And if Trevor Drake draws a shot here, then it's all on for young and old.
All sorts of pressure. I mean, as you said, 3 points is usually a comfy lead on the last end, but if you were 18-5 up and you've just dropped a 4 on the penultimate end, I'm not sure if 3 points feels that comfortable.
No, so let's have a look here and see what Trevor does. He's on a good line. He's on a good line. He's just going to get a connection on that bowl of Lindsay
That's all he needs
Thomas's.
to do, really.
Well, it's another shot. Now, we would normally say there's plenty of room here. Damon Pearson swapping over, and he's playing the forehand side. So let's see what he can do with his first bowl. There's plenty of room there.
Yeah.
But there's...
He's close-ish.
Yeah, he's close-ish.
Yeah, good shot there from Damon. That's good stuff.
Not there yet.
Nearly good stuff. It's still stressful stuff, actually, Brett. I'll take it back. Trevor Drake.
So Lindsay Thomas says they're both in. So what's he going to do?
I would have expected him to play as... Okay. He's just trying to draw one close, isn't he?
I think so. So on his forehand. Got good line. Let's see what the weight's doing. He's breaking now. Is he going to get past the front bowls? No, he does not. All right, so now there'll be a bit of a... Evan will be having a bit of a look at this.
Probably only 2 down.
So only 2 down.
That's positive.
Well, okay, play there then.
Well, that's an interesting call because he wouldn't want to get a touch on that first bowl of Trevor Drake's. But anyway, Damon Pearson, very experienced. Into centre, Pearce skipped for North Harbour last season.
On the backhand, hit something, he says.
He's motoring, but he gets a sit on the bowl and gets a shot.
Well, I would call that effective.
Yeah, I think we'll vote for effective with that. Certainly, Damon's a confidence player, and he does like to play with weight, and he certainly did on that occasion, and got the perfect sit off that bowl to get the shot. So
and looking pretty. I mean, he's essentially salvaged their hopes, hasn't he? He's got first and fourth shot, so they need the Alexandra team needs to figure out a way either to put the jack somewhere where you're holding 3, or remove the first and fourth shot. Both of which are challenging. You could try hit the front bowl at 6 o'clock, the white bowl, peel them both off.
Yeah, definitely a bit of relief on the Birkenhead players' face. Now they were looking a little grim-faced, I think, earlier.
Yeah, some potential panic stations, I think. But he'll be pleased with that second one. As the Alexandra pair are still looking for a way to try and make a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, I mean, that in hindsight, even though Evan Thomas was heavy with his first 2 bowls, they've ended up in a good place in terms of protecting any movement of the jack. So let's have a look and see what Trevor Drake can concoct here. I mean, they've done marvellously well to get back to 18-15, having been 18-5 down. But he's got to find a way of getting that bowl out.
It's hard stuff.
And also moving the jack at the same time. So
yeah, I'll be impressed if he can find a shot there, Brett, but we'll watch it nonetheless. It looks like he's laying up on his forehand. Must be with weight.
So he's on the forehand and he's chasing it. So looking like he's trying to break down for that bowl, but no, he's going to go well underneath the head.
Yeah, that'll be that. So what we'll do now, Brett, is review the results as they stand at the moment. So some of these won't be completed, and then we'll watch a highlights package of the singles and bid our viewers adieu until tomorrow morning at 8:30 as we see the results now begin to come through. There's the ones Hastings and Albert Park, Brett.
So we can see that Kelvin Scott has beaten Dean Drummond 21-12, but in the pairs in this topsy-turvy game, it's Murray Glassy and Neil Barron who have got ahead 17-13 against Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditford after 15 ends. So nothing in that, and nothing in the fours. 9-all between Dwayne Cameron and Lance Pascoe. In the games that we've been watching, Tony Grantham has beaten Sean Scott 21-18. Damon Pearson, the final result in that game is completed now, so Birkenhead have won that Pears game, and the fours game remains very close, but Birkenhead are going to win that clash. Manarewa have won the singles. David Clark has beaten Darren Gooden from Paratutu. Looks like a fairly comfortable win and prospect for Shane Drabble over Hamish Karpe and Darryl Reid. Though never say never, and still a pretty close game there between Adam Collins and Bryn Morgan.
So looking good for them going into tomorrow, Brett.
Absolutely. In the women's, Selena Goddard's completed a 21-10 win over Christine Buchanan. Not so good news for Takapuna in the pairs, where they trail 14-5, and in the fours where they trail 16-8. So we're likely to see a change at the top of the leaderboard in the women's event, with Queenstown probably going ahead there. in the Elmwood Park Thames Coast women's game. Mandy Boyd gets her first win for the day, 21-14. But Thames Coast look on track to win their pairs, leading 19-13. But Jan Shirley should win that game in the fours, so that'll be Elmwood Park's first win of the day. In the Martinborough 9 game, well, a big turnaround here. Lisa White, who's about as tough and tenacious as anyone going around,
Absolutely.
has pulled back to lead again, 2016 over Rosanna Muriwai. In the pairs, it's still Micaiah Campbell and Wilson hanging on for an 18-16 win over 9-0, so that's one win to Martinborough, and Nip and Tuck in the fours. So we could well see Queenstown and 9-0 leading the women's event, with Takapuna probably in third place overnight. In the men's, it's looking like Manurewa will lead that event going into tomorrow's final 2 rounds, but there are all sorts of permutations here, so this is going to be fascinating viewing tomorrow night.
Absolutely, as we check out some highlights now from the singles game that we just covered between whoever it was, Birkenhead and Alexandra.
Tony Grantham and Sean Scott.
It's a long day. Here we go. So we saw pretty good stuff from both players earlier in the game. They were finding their range, but we'll see a good mix of bowls from both Sean and Tony.
Yeah, look, it's there were some great bowls played by both players. I mean, we expected a high quality game of singles, and that's what we got. And there's a marvellous bowl from Sean Scott, and really, like a lot of these games, it just came down to a couple of brilliant bowls to determine the game. We'll see those, I'm sure, and here we go. Great bowl here, Tony Grantham just sitting through Sean Scott. As you can see, that breeze really starting to get up at Brownsbane. It looks like the breeze has moved around a little bit to the other side.
Yes. Yeah, certainly providing some challenges for the players, but we got some great bowls nonetheless, really. I was impressed with how they managed the rinks, and with a bit of luck, Brett will have no rain overnight, and the greens will be given a few hours to dry out, and tomorrow's 2 rounds will be some pretty top-notch bowls.
Yeah, I think we can only expect the standard to be higher tomorrow as the greens do dry out, as you say, Alex. But the pressure's going to be on. It's going to be a fascinating final 2 rounds in this National Interclub competition. So well worth tuning in tomorrow to watch what should be a fascinating series of games.
Yes, yep, and thank you for joining me in the commentary, Brett. I've enjoyed it. So if you're watching, tune in 8:30 sharp tomorrow morning. We'll be here. We'll see you there, and have a good night until then.